session today. Now, this session will deal with gambling, and we will have three presentations. So, on the issue of gambling is the title of this session. The first one will be held by Vivre Marionneau, and I'm not sure whether I'm pronouncing your name correctly, a researcher at the Center for Addiction and Management of Addictions at the University of Helsinki, Finland. She deals with gambling policy, comparative studies of gambling, social theory, and political economy in gambling. And the speech is entitled Addressing Gambling Harms by Reducing the Supply of Electronic Gambling Machines, a comparative study of Italy and Finland. So, I'm handing the floor to you, madam.
Thank you. It's nice to be here. I'm sorry I couldn't be there in person. So this is a study that addresses how you can reduce gambling harms by reducing the supply of electronic gambling machines. And it's a study that I've been working together on with my colleague from the University of Helsinki, Janne Nikkinen, and two Italian colleagues, Sara Rolando and Gabriele Mandolesi. Can I have the next slide, please? So this is a comparative study, and we have compared Italy and Finland and reduction policies of EGMs in these two countries, because in both countries, EGMs have been very prevalent in public spaces, but also in both countries, the numbers of EGMs have recently been reduced. So this paper addresses how this has impacted harms and what kind of justifications these reduction policies have had. So this is just the outline of my presentation. So can we go to the next slide, please? Okay. So why we have been interested in EGMs? Well, that's because EGMs, or electronic gambling machines, they're amongst the most harmful gambling products. And this has been shown in different types of studies. For one, EGMs are very prevalent amongst those who are seeking treatment for gambling problems. And also in population studies, those who experience gambling harms or problem gambling, they have been found to be often EGM gamblers. Then, of course, structurally, EGMs have a lot of characteristics that reinforce gambling. For example, they have sensory effects such as lights and sounds that encourage people to continue gambling. They're very fast games, and they have characteristics such as near misses that also encourage continuous gambling. Then there are situational characteristics that also contribute to these harms, and especially this type of wide availability and public visibility of EGMs, such as has been the case in Italy and Finland, has been connected to increased harms. So this study then compares the Italian and Finnish EGM reduction policy processes, and we measure also their impacts in terms of total consumption. Can I have the next slide, please? So why we are focusing on the total consumption theory? Well, that's because previous research in gambling as well as alcohol has found that gambling harms appear to increase alongside consumption. So the more consumption there is of gambling, and particularly these types of problematic forms of gambling such as EGMs, the more harms there are at the societal level. Then there's the availability theory, which also supposes that by reducing availability, you can reduce total consumption. So this would lead us to, of course, believe that if you reduce availability, you reduce total consumption, and thereby harms will also be reduced. Can I have the next slide, please? There has been some previous research on how availability restrictions have impacted harms or harm reduction. And these have found that it depends on the way that the availability is actually reduced. So we found at least three different types of availability restrictions that can be linked to harm reduction. So first of all, it's important that the magnitudes of the reductions are important. So for example, if you have a wide availability of EGMs and you only reduce, for example, 10% of them, that might not be enough. But if you remove EGMs completely, such as has been the case in Norway, this yields the best results. And another example has been, of course, the COVID-19 related closures, because in many countries, such as Finland and Italy as well, the EGMs were closed due to COVID, and this has reduced harms. The second point is that you should also reduce the number of venues in addition to the number of machines. So if you have wide availability of EGMs in a number of locations, it's not enough to, for example, remove 2 out of 3 machines in each location. You should also remove some of the outlets that distribute these EGMs, because that like reduces access also. And then the third point is that has been shown to be somewhat effective is if you remove EGMs completely from public spaces and confine them into gambling specific spaces. I know that this has been the case, for example, in Poland. And this has reduced harms in some contexts. However, it also has to be pointed out that some gambling specific venues, such as casinos or arcades, also have other types of harm creating characteristics, such as serving of alcohol, that need to be addressed as well. Can I have the next slide, please? So here's a comparative table of how many EGMs per 1,000 inhabitants you have had in different European countries in 2018. This is 18 because actually the title is wrong. It should be 18. 18 because that's before, sorry, most of the reductions started occurring in Italy and Finland. And here you can see that Italy is the second bar, the second highest bar, and Finland is the fifth or the sixth highest bar per 1,000 inhabitants. So in both countries, the EGM numbers have been very significant before the reduction processes. Next slide, please. Some words about why and how the reductions were carried out in Italy. Here's a picture of an Italian bar, which is a typical EGM gambling location. In Italy, EGMs have been particularly available in bars and tobacco shops, these types of locations. And in the population study from 2018, 6% had gambled on EGMs in the past year. And this is quite a high figure, for example, compared to the UK, where this is about 2 to 3%. And the EGM market in Italy is private. It's operated by concessionaries, which are a type of a licensing system. And in 2017, the first announcement of the reductions was that there would be a 35% reduction of machines and 50% reduction of points of sale. Next slide, please. Here is also a table put together by my colleagues Sara Rolando and Gabriele Mandolesi, who have also co-authored this paper. And this shows where the reductions of the venues were aimed. So you can see that especially significant reductions in bars and tobacco shops, but then like some increases also in, for example, normal shops. So these are the types of like location restrictions that were planned in Italy originally. Next slide, please. So in Finland, our case, comparative case, in Finland also you have EGMs very widely available. And what's typical of Finland in comparison to Italy, that the most prevalent locations in which EGMs are located are actually supermarkets. As you can see also in this picture, you have the fruit section behind these EGMs. And population study from 2019 shows that 31% were past year EGM gamblers. So this is even higher than Italy, even though Italy was already a comparatively high figure. And it has been explained by Finnish gambling researchers by this wide availability, especially in very public locations such as supermarkets. And all EGMs in Finland are provided by a monopoly holder called Veikkaus. And the reductions were initiated also by the monopoly holder in 2020. And originally the plan was to reduce 18% of the machines, but the figure was later increased to 43% of machines. But there was no plans of reducing the number of points of sale, unlike in Italy. Thanks. Yeah, you can go. Thanks. So the data and methods of this paper. So we compare 2 different things. First, we compare the justifications and objectives of these reduction policy processes based on public discussion in Italy and Finland. And for this, we have conducted a media analysis of media reporting on EGMs before and during the announcement of the EGM reductions. And in Italy, this data set consists of articles from Corriere della Sera, which is the leading newspaper in Italy. And in Finland, it mainly consists of articles from Helsingin Sanomat, which is also the leading newspaper in Finland. But in Finland, the data was also supported by articles from some smaller newspapers, which basically just repeated what Helsingin Sanomat already says. This is why the Finnish data set is slightly larger. Then the second thing we compare in this study are the impacts of reductions on total consumption. So we've obtained data from gambling operators on the numbers of machines and also the gross gambling revenue from EGMs. So how much EGMs have produced in total. And in Italy, these figures are from the industry statistics collected by the regulator, and they come from the years 2016 to 2019, which are the years during which the reductions were taking place. In Finland, we requested the data directly from the monopoly holder Veikkaus, that also provided us with the variables that we needed. And unfortunately, in Finland, we were also only able to compare January and February 2018, 2019, and 2020, because the reduction started in 2020, and then in March, of course, everybody knows what happened in March. COVID struck, all the EGMs were closed down, so the data wouldn't have been comparable after February 2020 anymore. Next slide, please. So these are the main results of the media analysis. So I've put Italy and Finland here side by side because you can see that the policy processes were actually very similar in the two countries. So in Italy, the reductions were first initiated by Italian municipalities. This was because many Italian municipalities had much stricter regulations on EGMs than the state. And the municipalities wanted there to be a state-level policy also to reduce the number of these harmful machines. And the main justification or concern behind this initiative was, of course, the social and health consequences of EGMs. And in Italy, this was also accompanied by wanting to impose these kind of minimum distances between EGMs and notably schools and churches to protect the vulnerable populations. In Finland, the reductions were announced by Veikkaus, but this followed from widespread citizen activism that was occurring in 2018 and 2019. There was a kind of a citizen movement to remove EGMs from supermarkets, notably. And these citizen activists, as well as some researchers, were concerned over harms of EGMs, and that's why the activism was taking place. So initially, there was a very strong consensus saying that we need to remove the EGMs or drastically reduce the number of EGMs in both countries. But then in both countries, the industry and the beneficiaries from EGMs started to get their voices heard also in the media reporting. So in the Italian case, this meant that the industry, the EGM industry, the concessionaries, started lobbying for lighter restrictions on the EGM numbers. And there was also some discussion of corruption or dishonesty from the part of the industry. For example, they were misrepresenting the numbers of EGMs that they actually had so that the reductions wouldn't hit them so hard. In the Finnish case, of course, the EGMs are provided by a monopoly, but there's a wide network of beneficiaries and also of points of sale. So, for example, all the supermarket chains are very vocal in support of the EGMs because they receive revenue from them. So they also had their voices heard in the media reporting at this time. And then following this, in both countries, the final decision to reduce the number of EGMs was a kind of a compromise ensuing from the initial criticism and worry over harms and then the industry lobbying. So in the Finnish case, it meant that there were reductions but not removals of the EGMs, and in Italy, the initial suggestions were eventually lightened quite significantly following this compromise. Next slide, please. Here are just two quotes from the data. So here's one from the Corriere della Sera in green saying that the industry lobbies were so powerful that they managed to change the course of the law. This is, of course, the opinion of the journalist. On the other side, you have one quote from the Finnish data saying that following how the supermarkets managed to lobby their own point of view, it ensued that they used to have 5 machines in a row. They take away the 2 that make the least profit and replace them with 1. So now you've reduced the number of EGMs, but actually you don't really reduce the number of revenue. Next slide, please. Then we measured with the industry statistics also how these reductions impacted the total consumption. So in the Italian case, I didn't mention yet, but the reductions actually only targeted the AWP machines, which are these amusement with prizes machines, less problematic machines. They were more widely available, but they're also less addictive than the BLTs, which are also available in other locations in Italy. So here you can see first the number of machines, how they've been reduced, and you can see also that the number of VLTs has actually slightly increased during the reduction period. And then on the other side, you can see the number of venues that was also reduced. Next slide, please. Here you have a graph of how these reductions then impacted the revenue. So we've split here also between the VLTs and the AWPs. Then you have the industry revenue, the state revenue, so how much the state collects in taxation from the EGM industry, and then the total gross gambling revenue from VLTs and the AWPs. And what's interesting here is that the revenue didn't decrease as significantly as the number of machines, and the revenue from the VLTs actually, at least the state revenue from the VLTs actually increased during the reduction period. And at the next slide, please. So most of the reductions in Italy took place between 2017 and 2018, and the number of machines decreased by 35%. And the number of venues eventually decreased by 31%, which is less than initially planned. Initially, the plan was 50%. And as the reductions targeted these AWP machines, this translated into a 7% increase in the number of VLTs. So this was a problem because the policy hadn't considered these machines. And because there was a kind of a substitution by VLTs, the total consumption of EGM gambling, including both the AWPs and the VLTs, only declined by 6%, not by 35%, even though that was the reduction of machine numbers. And as I also noted in the previous graph, there was actually an increase in state revenue because these VLTs were also more profitable than the AWPs because they are more addictive and they create a larger surplus because of this. Can I have the next slide, please? In Finland, this is a table provided based on data provided by Veikkaus. Veikkaus didn't want to provide us with the absolute figures because they considered this to be a trade secret, but they provided us with indexed figures of the number of EGMs and then the amount in euros that the EGMs were producing, so the gross gambling revenue. And here in the light green, you have the index of the number of EGMs. As you can see, the number of EGMs was stable in 2018, 2019. There was no reduction. But then starting from January 2020, the number starts going down. As for the dark blue bars, which is the revenue from EGMs, you can actually see that even though the number of EGMs had remained stable in 2018, 2019, the revenue from EGMs was already declining. So even though the revenue from EGMs also declined after the reductions, it's kind of a part of a larger, more long-term trend that you can see also from the regression line there. Next slide, please. Okay, thanks. Yeah, so as I mentioned, we were only able to look at the 2 first months of the reductions due to the confounding impact of the COVID-19 EGM closures. And this was, of course, a problem because we only managed to account for about 5% reduction in the Finnish case, so this doesn't tell much. But what we could see already from the graph and from the figures is that like the EGM gross gambling revenue had already been declining before, so this was a longer-term trend. And another point that was not visible in this data, but was actually found in the media analysis, that the use rate of each Finnish EGM is only 30%. So about 30% of the time somebody is actually on a specific EGM. So even if you make larger reductions without reducing the number of points of sale, it's unlikely to reduce the total consumption very significantly. Next slide, please. Just a few words in discussion and conclusion. So in both cases, Italy and Finland, the reductions haven't, at least based on these data, not translated proportionately into total consumption. And we found at least four reasons why this might be. First of all, it appears that in both countries, the machines that have been removed and that have been targeted for removal have been the least profitable machines. And this has probably been resulting from the pressures from the industry or the resale network. Second, the scope of the reductions has not probably been important enough. In Italy, this has meant that there's also been some substitution by the VLTs because the VLTs were not included in the policy. And in the Finnish case, this has meant that the points of sale haven't been targeted, only the number of machines, which has meant that you still have machines available everywhere, but just instead of 5 machines, you might have 3 machines. And finally, the fourth reason is these industry-friendly compromises for reductions that we found in the media material. Despite the initial suggestions for much stricter policies, the eventual restrictions were compromises due to this industry lobbying. That's the end of my presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. It was a very interesting lecture. I think that we can find some parallels to Poland because there was reduction in Poland also. I remember some talk with the speaker yesterday that in 2016 and 17 there was a problem with gambling machines that Silesia was even called Polish Las Vegas. It is very interesting that we need to do some research, and we don't have much statistics about problems of gambling consumptions. Where are the consumers? Did they change the places? And did the reduction of machines translated to lower consumption? So thank you very much. The next speech will be about COVID-19 and its impact on betting behavior. Ibai Lopez Gonzalez is the representative of University of Barcelona, Spain. He did the research in Great Britain, and also he works at Bilbao in Spain. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for inviting me to here for organizing this conference. As you mentioned, I'm going to be devoting the next few minutes to speak about the effects of COVID-19 on sports betting behavior. Actually, I'm very happy to be presenting after our Finnish colleague because she talked about a lot of things that are important to my presentation as well. She mentioned the total consumption theory, harm is correlated in general to gambling consumption, something that the gambling industry won't be able to concede in general, but it's something that I believe is true. So when she was presenting her research, she mentioned that COVID-19 meant like an impasse in her research because the data was, there were some confounding variables when the confinement started. In our case, it was just the opposite. We were trying to decipher the sports betting behavior and what would happen if availability, if consumption had to go down because something in the environment happened and COVID-19 happened. So it was like a natural laboratory, a natural experiment to see what happens if availability decreases, what would be the behavior of sports bettors. I mean, where is the emphasis on sports bettors? Is the sports component, that is, these are sports fans that are only interested in sports, and if a sport events are no longer available, they will just stop gambling, or the emphasis on a sports betting is on the betting component, and they are basically gamblers. So it doesn't matter if a sport is available or not, they will switch to other forms of gambling because these are not really just sport fans, they are basically gamblers. Can I have the next slide, please? Thank you. So the second thing that I want to mention before I start is that this talk happens actually thanks to this conference. This is the fourth time that I'm in this conference. The previous three times I was there physically in Warsaw and now online. But in 2019, I was in a panel with Przemysław Nosal, who is presenting later. And thanks to that panel, he contacted me, I don't know, a few months or a year later. He's been the main promoter of this search. He told me that he was collecting some data about Polish sports bettors. So the data I'm going to be presenting, it's in collaboration with him, which I thank him very, very much. And I'm going to be doing basically a couple of things for the next few minutes. The first is I'm going to be presenting Polish data about sports betting behavior during the pandemic. Well, not during the pandemic, during the confinement in the beginning of the pandemic specifically. And then I'm going to be presenting like a general context, trying to answer if what happened with the sports bettors in other countries. They switched to other gambling forms, they stopped betting, what actually happened with them. So can I have the next slide, please? So basically, when I examined the behavior of sports bettors during the pandemic, during the first months of the pandemic and the confinement at home, we hypothesized different scenarios, and I'm going to be presenting you with 5 different scenarios, 5 different alternatives of what we might be able to observe in such a rare circumstance, such as the COVID-19 pandemic, right? The first possible scenario is that sports bettors just reduce or abandon their gambling. I mean, this is a very straightforward hypothesis, right? I mean, there is no sport available, so you just reduce or abandon gambling. The second possible scenario was the opposite. They increased their gambling behavior. Why? Well, people could theoretically gamble more during the confinement because they have more opportunities now, not because there are more sports, there are less sports, but they have more time to be at home and they are more bored. Also because they might need more money because unemployment rates in some countries just went up. There's more uncertainty about the future, so all these circumstances could promote their need for money, and also more psychological distress and the use of gambling to kind of regulate emotions of gamblers, regulate their fear of infection from COVID-19, from coronavirus, and in general, regulating their stress levels. Next, please. Another possible scenario would be that as sports betting availability decrease, they might substitute their betting for other gambling forms, such as roulette, I don't know, lottery, poker, other, in general, online gambling forms that were not reduced. Their availability was not reduced during the pandemic. So that was one possible behavior. Another possible behavior is scenario 4, by which people will substitute the unavailability of gambling for other non-gambling forms, but for other risk behaviors. So they might increase their alcohol consumption, for instance, or they might resort to video gaming or more mobile phone use, whatever. more Netflix consumption. So those were possible scenarios. And please, next slide. And the last possible, not that, yeah, that one. The last possible scenario was nothing happened. Like consumption will be stable, sports betting behavior will just be the same, will maintain as previously to the pandemic. So this was also a scenario that we might have to consider. Can I have the next slide, please? So to give you some context, we are dealing here with sports bettors, and as everybody knows, other online gambling forms, they were not impacted by the pandemic. I mean, online roulette, online bingo, online poker, those were easily available during the pandemic. But sports betting obviously depends on sports events, and those were canceled mostly March 2020. I have included here a few exceptions, very niche, very minor leagues like football leagues from Belarus, Tajikistan, and Nicaragua. In these countries, for a limited period of time, sports competitions were still happening. So that was the general context of the sports betting around the world. And obviously, there were other sports betting like activities such as esports or virtual sports, where you can generate a computer generated game, football game, for instance, that lasts like a couple of minutes, 3 minutes. So we were considering those activities and whether sports bettors might be attracted to these types of activities and switch to them. And also important for context is exploring the substitution theory that has been put forward before in other addiction areas. And basically what this theory says is that people might want to substitute their behavior when this behavior is no longer possible. They might want to continue this behavior by substituting it with other behavior that has equivalent rewards for the persons. Can I have this next slide, please? So in our research with sports bettors, we have four main questions, but I'm going to be just presenting a couple of them here because are the more important ones for the argument that I want forward today. So we basically explore whether sports bettors cease their sports betting activity during the confinement, and whether they substituted sports betting for other online gambling activities such as esports, virtual sports, or other niche sports or other gambling forms. Next, please. So my colleague, he posted an online questionnaire. He was searching for different police sports betting forums where he could share the link to the online questionnaire. He recruited 240 the answers from 240 regular sports bettors. And all the answers are from the confinement period. So it was very important to us that the time of the answers coincided with the time where main sport event, elite sports events were not available. So basically it starts in March 2020 and ends in May 2020 when some leagues like the German Bundesliga in soccer, and then in June the rest of the European soccer leagues resume. So the data stops just before that period to have a very clear picture of the confinement, where really elite sports betting was not available in most of the world. Next, please. Next slide, please. Yeah, thank you. So I'm not gonna be bothering you with the specificities. The paper is already published. You can just check all the details and the methods in the paper. I just want to mention a few general conclusions about this study and then compare it with other countries. So basically, half of our sample, they just suspended their gambling sports betting activity. And the other half, although they did not suspend it, they did bet much less frequently. So in general, we observe a pretty steep decline in sports betting activity. It is true that those bettors who bet the least before the pandemic were also the less likely uh, to switch to other gambling forms. So what we observe is, in order to engage with niche football leagues or less popular sports, the more likely sports bettors to do that were the ones who were consuming more sports betting before the pandemic. So there was main. I'm going to be returning to this point later on in my presentation because I think it's important to understand this point because it's very predictive of what kind of a sports bettor is more likely to switch to other gambling forms in a case of a major general unavailability context. Can I have the next slide, please? And about the substitution, we observed that the mainly about 2/3 of our sample, they did not substitute the sports betting for other gambling forms. And but among those who did substitute, about a third, 65% of those resorted to esports. So instead of going to niche sports, they found it more attractive to engage in esports, which is actually doesn't have anything to do with actual sports. It's more like betting on video games. So this was their behavior. And among those who turned to online casino, only 6% of those did it, but most of them had previously gambled on online casinos. So again, when we are trying to decipher which ones will substitute their sports betting behavior for other gambling behaviors, we had data, previous data showing that these people had gambled before in online casinos. That was very predictive. Because most of them, of the small minority who switch, they have already gambled on online casinos. Um, Unfortunately, we did not have a problem gambling measure, so I cannot report on the actual status of these gamblers as to their gambling problems. We just know about their gambling activity, but we did not include a problem gambling instrument, so I cannot speak to that regard at this point. Can I have the next slide, please? So let me just offer some context about these results, put them in perspective with data from other countries, trying to make like a general rounded argument. So we have other studies, for instance, from Sweden, where they have real world data from 133,000 online gamblers. And what they observe is that obviously during COVID-19, the gambling intensity decreased. When new gamblers enter the market, the gambling market, they tend to spend less money than those who were gambling before. And also, it's important to know that they couldn't find any clear causal relationship between COVID-19 and problem gambling. Next slide, please. Similarly, in another research from the same authors, but more specifically concerning now sports bettors, 5,000 sports bettors, they were also checking what we were checking, this substitution theory. And what they observed is that in most cases, sports bettors did not substitute their sports gambling behavior for other gambling forms. Next slide, please. Thank you. We have also some evidence from the UK. I'm going to be presenting evidence from 3 different studies. So in this one, with 2,600 young adults, very young adults, they observed a slight increase in online gambling, but they did not observe a very clear relationship between psychological distress and gambling frequency during COVID, although they did observe some correlation between excessive alcohol consumption and gambling problems. Next slide, please. Another research that was observing specifically the confinement period, so that the same period that we were observing, this couple of months of strict confinement in most European countries. They did observe some kind of increase in anxiety and depression levels among those who were gambling. As I mentioned before, we don't have an instrument measuring problem gambling in our cohort. So I cannot comment on that and how that compares to our results. Next slide, please. And another UK study specifically focusing on regular sports bettors. They found that only 17% of those they changed their sports betting behavior for other gambling behaviors when the pandemic started. Remember that in our case it was about a third, so about 30% of our bettors they changed. In this case, it's about 17%, so it's an even smaller number. And this is very important because those who changed were more likely to experience gambling problems. I mean, we don't have this, we cannot draw this conclusion from our data, but we observe some patterns where those who were previously more engaged in gambling were the ones more likely to transform their sports betting into other gambling behavior. So this is pretty much in agreement with our conclusions. Next slide, please. In the USA, we have a similar situation. Only a small minority of gamblers switch from one form to another, and the vast majority reduce their consumption. Next slide, please. In Australia, they didn't find any relationship between psychological distress and gambling behavior. So the association between gambling problems and impact of COVID-19 is not very clear in the data, to be honest. And next slide, please. In Italy, something similar. They did not find a statistically significant increase of these study behaviors, which were online gambling, online buying, internet use, and porn use during the pandemic. So there is no clear evidence of this causal relationship. Next slide, please. And in a systematic review, also this relationship between COVID-19 and gambling problems related to this pandemic were not very clear. So we cannot conclude at the moment that there is a causal relationship between the two. Next slide, please. I also wanted to comment, and I will finish with this, with data from my own country, Spain. We have some data about 7,800 people, aged 15 to 64. We observed their behavior, and we know that most of them did not increase their online gambling behavior during the pandemic. Just a small percentage did so. But the important thing is that they were the younger ones, the ones between 15 and 24, the ones who increased their gambling during the pandemic, which is problematic in itself, right? As I mentioned here, most of the age groups did not alter their gambling behavior. 94, they didn't gamble before or during the pandemic. 2% of them reduced or stopped gambling. 2% maintained their gambling behavior, and just 1.5% started gambling or increased their gambling during the pandemic. Next, please. The previous one, please, first. Yeah, thank you. No, yeah, that one. I just removed the labels from this slide to show you this is the year 2020 in Spain, and these are the four main forms of online gambling. So this is poker, bingo, sports betting, and casino. So as you can see, the behavior of these four gambling forms is completely different. We have three gambling forms that in March 2020 just increased, and the yellow line, obviously, which represents the sports betting, just decreased during those months of the confinement because sports betting was not available, basically. But then the situation reversed very, very quickly. You can click the next slide, please. The situation reversed very, very quickly, and it just went back to normal in a couple of months, 3 months. And the last, next slide, please. And also a very important conclusion from this data is, although things appear to go back to normal and there is no clear relationship between gambling problems and the pandemic, what is true in the Spanish data is that the gambling industry has increased the number of big losers that they have. A big loser is someone who loses more than 3,000 euros a year, according to our definition. So in 2019 in Spain, there were about 67,000 people that were big losers. And in 2020, that number increased by 15,000. So we now have 85,000 people who have lost more than 3,000 euros in a year, in a calendar year. So in absolute numbers, that means that the gambling industry has increased in 15,000 the number of big losers, but just increase in 800 the number of big winners, those who have won more than 3,000. So that means that their benefits have increased at least in 45 million euros, extracting money from these big losers, which is, I think, important. And the last slide, please, just the conclusions. Yeah, thank you. So in general, I would like to conclude by saying that the substitution of sports betting for other gambling behaviors is very limited, and just most gamblers, what they did was simply stop betting or reducing largely their betting behavior. Although there's a small subgroup of sports bettors, which are obviously the ones that are more likely to be experiencing gambling related harm, those are the ones more likely to substitute their sports betting behavior for other gambling behavior. So for them, the emphasis was not on sports, but on the betting component of sports betting. And as I mentioned, there's no clear evidence of an increase of gambling problems due to COVID-19. So thank you very much for listening, and I'll be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Which in fact continues our yesterday's discussion, where we discussed the relationship between COVID-19 together with reinforcement of gambling behavior. We can see here a very rich international range of research from different countries. So it means that the conclusions are not as clear-cut as the media would suggest, claiming that those problem behavior such as substance abuse or gambling would increase. But we see that more and more research cases show that this is not at all that obvious, that rather this is a stable problem. And even in scientific articles, you can see that in some areas we've seen a reduction because there was no option to do that. People had to stay at home with their families or had no money. So thank you very much for this interesting presentation. And I would like to welcome the third speaker, Mr. Przemysław Nosa from the University of Adam Mickiewicz in Poznań, PhD in sociology, assistant professor at the Adam Mickiewicz University in Poznań. His main research interest is culture sociology, sports sociology, social issues sociology, as well as social policy. Co-author and author of many books and several scores of publications in many monographies and journals involved in popularization of sociology. And the speaker is going to talk about kind of a subversive thing. What do you need to be able to do in order to play techniques and effects regarding betting? Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very happy that I can be here. Of course, I will explain the title. The function hidden is to attract your attention, but I want to give you the perspective of seeing the practicing of sports betting, to see some mechanisms which attract bettors to do it over and over again, even though they don't win money. A short schedule, then I will give you the theoretical background, methodology, the research question, and give the conclusion. So let's start with the theoretical background. It's quite different from other research. There is the theory that action and doing are the most important in social life. I quoted the most popular definitions of theory of practice. This is the theory of Schatzky and Reckwitz, who says about practices are open, scattered in time and space constellations of what we do and say, developing in time and scattered in nexuses of saying and doing, as also are routinized types of behaviors which include many elements joined together, like forms of body and mind activity, things and their use, know-how and emotional states and motivations forms. So actually the most important thing is what we do and the background of it. So actually we want to describe the behaviors of sports betting and noticing the complex mechanism. I also wanted to mention the theory of sociologist Howard Becker, who wrote the book Outsider Studies in the Sociology of Deviance in 1963. There are a few editions in Polish. I think the last one is from 2009. This book is about study of cannabis smoker, how they become cannabis smokers and how they get addicted. Becker says that we need to learn how to smoke cannabis, and actually he says that the education is quite specified, that we need to educate, that we need to learn the technique of smoking, but then to continue this and to continue the addiction, we need to do two other things. After mastering the technique of smoking, the smokers, we need to see the effects. They need to see that it works, that it impacts them. And the last element is deriving pleasure. And thanks to that, we have the nexus. We stay in the practice. We do it over and over again. I thought this conception very interesting and useful. Of course, in terms of practicing sports betting, because that when we do the practice, it's quite more complex. Because sometimes we see that the bettors lose, but they gamble over and over again, and we don't understand why. But this theory of practice helps us understand it, because thanks to this, we can see the gratification needed when we master specific skills. It doesn't need to be money all the time. We talk about the total participation. This gratification appears when the one sees the gratification which he or she gets when he or she practices. I wanted to show it to you presenting the research data. I want to show you my research related to sports betting. There was research using paper and pen interviews, some individual in-depth interviews. I would like to focus on these 30 interviews with betters. In this group, there are two subgroups. There are people who play often and very often, so at least once a week. There is one main question which I give today. What do we need to know to bet? Actually, this question is related to three elements. To the technique. There is the tension between luck and skills. Then the next element is the gambling biography changes. If we have the experience, if we have some gambling background, it is a question about dynamics of this background. And the third element is the fact if the gambling practices are happening over and over again. Now I would like to show the results of the research. They are based on Howard Becker's theory. We need to remember also that gambling is the mechanism, behavioral mechanism. And I would like to focus on mastering the technique and noticing the results and deriving pleasure from that. First, mastering the technique of gambling. When we think about gambling, we see it as a simple thing that you need to choose the number or throw the dice. But when we see closer to that, what bettors actually do there, we see that it's more complex. When we see this nuance, we can start new analysis. First of all, my respondents, my interviewees, were talking about the general recognition. They are talking about system mapping. We need to know the stuff simply. We need to get to know what it is about. I will quote my one of my respondents. When you go there for the first time, you don't know what it is about. You need to talk with somebody. My interviewees say that that they start gambling with somebody who shows them what it is, like brother, cousin, or another close person. I think that this general recognition is very important. The next element are the technical issues. First of all, you need to know the sports book, the bookie slang, to know the symbols, because if you don't know this slang, this language, it's difficult to communicate. Like you need to know how to bet on outcomes like home, away, draw, wins. If somebody doesn't know these numbers, these symbols, he or she doesn't know how to do it. It's not very difficult, complex, but it's very important to allow communication. Next issue is the fact of knowing many types of bets. It's not only betting on win and loss, but also other things like special event on the field or number of goals. You can see the quote from my respondent. First, I just wanted to bet on win and lose, but with time, he started to betting on other events. He got engaged. He started betting in special way. Many say that at the beginning it was all Greek to them, but then they got to know the stuff and it was quite engaging. We need to remember also about the difference between brick and mortar book, sports book, and online betting. It depends on the bettor if he prefers to go to the betting shop or to play online. So actually, if we analyze what bettors do and where they play, you will see that they know which bookie is good for which types of events and bets. Actually, bettors learn to bet on special amount of money. But actually, in many cases, money is not the most important. And there aren't many handbooks on how much money bet on something. There aren't many rules how to do this, and bettors actually don't learn to bet money. They do it on their discretion. And now some analysis of the events. Actually, bettors analyze the events in terms of conclusion. So actually, they analyze the sport event as a prediction of the outcome. First, you can use the general knowledge. In the quote, you can see that I generally know who is favorite, and I usually bet on favorites because they should win. And actually, the second approach, the second possibility is the analysis. The bettors should see the statistics, should analyze the increases, decreases, and based on that, predict the conclusion. It's quite complex. I can illustrate it with this quote. You need to have time for that. You need to know where to find the information. You don't see only numbers. You can see the elements of the game. You need to do the research. You need to take notes on what was important in this and this situation. So actually you can see that this is the different mechanism of betting. Actually, now you can see that there are many possibilities of betting. Of course, some bettors mix these approaches. Some of them bet on favorites, but some bets are more analyzed. The second element is the analysis of the rate, if it's attractive or not, if they have chances. The interviewee says that the most important thing is to find the event which was underestimated by the bookie. So actually the bookie says that team A is the favorite, but he gives more money, bigger rate for team B. And the second element is to looking for elements that are attractive in terms of rate and less predictable. The interviewee says that he usually plays in some scope of rate. Here you can again see that it's much more complex than it may seem. There are many complex mechanisms.
And the final element is about putting all of it into the whole, which is about composing kind of a ticket. So it's about selecting individual events and putting money on it, placing a bet. Maybe you know that you can either select individual events, or you can select a whole range of them, kind of a ticket, and that means that then you need to choose properly, because you need to select all of them into this one kind of a group called a ticket. And people say that it's not that they analyze each of the individuals separately, but it's about putting all of these events together so that they can get proper desired gains. And two more aspects that I would like to mention regarding learning. It's about controlling your emotions. And respondents mentioned that themselves, and we can also imply that by their statements that it's really hard to control oneself. It's about emotions, it's about kind of acting out of some affect. They need to act quickly, and this is something that they are trying to keep under control. Now, what results can you see and what pleasure can you draw from them? Actually, I've broken that down into three groups. And here I'm quoting Becker. Becker suggested that the actions should bring desired effects. So we commit into those actions when we see effects and when we draw pleasure from that. And in the case of gambling, you can see different types of such effects. The first one is something called objective effect. This is just about winning. It's about winning money and being good at placing bets. Of course, this is related to different aspects. Some people have Excel sheets where they can see how many times they won, how many times they lost, or when they are in the red or in the black. Of course, in most of the cases, obviously, they are in the red. So that means that they incurred some losses, but still they persevere in placing bets. The second is something that really surprised me, and Becker's insights really helped me. This is about meta-objective results. So many respondents, many bettors, draw kind of a pleasure from the fact that they betted, even if they didn't win, because they still think that what they did was great. And this is a quote which says that the point of betting is not just about winning, but it's about doing something along the art that people have analyzed, that they took all of the elements into consideration. Well, in the end, they did not win again, but I know that this is a nightmarish slide with too much text on it, sorry for that, but this quote is really very suggestive. One of the players, bettors, mentioned that, well, in the beginning he had a kind of a ticket with very classical favorites, and in one of the events he didn't bet just like everyone else, but in a different way. So even though he didn't win, in this one risky event, he betted in a proper way. This was, as far as I remember, some Italy-Albania game. So in bold, you will see this most important thing. It says even though he did not win in the end, one of this individual was okay. So everyone came to him asking, so how did you do that? And he felt like a true winner, even though he did everything against the odds, he won. He felt like a true expert. And I think this illustrates very well these processes, meaning that pleasure can be seen in some areas where that people from the outside world would never see. People who bet will be able to draw pleasure from different elements that can't be seen to people who don't bet. And the final group of effects are the so-called subjective effects, which means that it's not about winning, but it's about adding some additional sense to your routines. I, of course, did not mention here all of them, but people say that they bet because they want to have more emotions, or because they want to compete with their friends, or, I mean, there can be very different backgrounds of their involvement. They say, well, that's not a problem. Well, of course, I'm sorry, I did not win, but the emotions were great. And they benefit from it in that way. So I think that this involvement of bettors should also be seen from the subjective senses that they might assign or ascribe to betting, because something makes them continue and persevere, right? So summing up, let me mention that betting against appearances is a very complex practice because it has kind of a double nature. On the one hand, you can learn all the tricks, but on the other hand, it will never guarantee success. Everyone that analyzes bookmaking processes know that even people who are experts don't always win. And this is a quotation from a different interview with an expert, a person working at a betting shop, and he says, well, it's not that the people who keep sitting there that they are experts, it's just that they keep sitting there, but it doesn't mean that they are more experts and that they win more objectively. The second aspect which is important is that in the process of betting, you need to be able to think about the different effects that the bettors may strive for. Of course, money is one thing, but there's also a whole range of other equally important aspects. Another central point is that striving for effects can be done in different ways, but still you want to go that path. People want to go that path, people want to be getting more and more expertise and add more and more meaning to that. So I think that's important from the viewpoint of justifying why do people keep doing that. I think precisely that's the answer, because they bet in order to take additional steps. They want to proceed, they want to make progress depending on their biographies and actual events in their lives. And the final thing is something called immersion. So the practice of betting is an immersive practice. So the point is to just be in it, to keep practicing it, to keep doing it, to keep betting. That's the only way how you can keep doing that. According to the respondents, it doesn't make much sense to be a theoretician. It doesn't make much sense to read theory. It's rather you need to do that. You need to place bets. You can't bet without placing bets, without all these emotions which are attached. That's it from me, ladies and gentlemen. This was just a selection of my wide-ranging research. If you're more interested in other results, I will be happy to share them with you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Maybe questions, or maybe you have some answers, since we have the speaker live with us, but please use the microphone. I'm just wondering whether these conclusions could actually also refer to other areas of gambling, because you mentioned placing bets. It's about observing other bettors and their skills. How would that correspond to other games, or to the roulette, or some other typical random-based or luck-based forms of gambling? That's a great question. Yes, of course, betting shops are quite specific in the sense that this is mainly accompanied and frequented by people who are sports fans. So they improve their expertise by placing bets. That's the main motive of their behavior. If you think about casinos or about playing cards, I would say that even though there are no objective results, then if you talk to the bettors, they say, well, in the beginning I didn't know that or that, but now I've become a master in what I do. So I'd rather say that this is kind of applicable to those games where the skills matter, where it's not enough to just roll the dice or switch on the EGM. If you read research, then actually even to roulette you can apply some skills. Like people say that you need to know in what way this dice will turn. So there are different ways how the ball could move, and then you should properly adjust your movement. So talking about subjectivity, you can see different types of process narratives, and so it's probably related to more complex gambling forms where the agency of the bettor is important and the skills. Thank you. And we have another question. It's more of a comment, maybe. When I was analyzing your insights, it struck me, or I'm wondering whether it would be possible to connect that knowledge with some self-regulation theory and try to apply it in addiction treatment when it comes to the collapse of such processes. Well, I am a sociologist. I don't have psychological competence, but my hunch here related to the processes that the respondents say that this is what keeps them betting, it's very operative. What I mean by that is that people actually subjectively want to be more and more involved, want to become expert. So this is a tool that has some therapeutical potential in it. Of course, I am not a specialist here, but maybe it allows people to channel or to transfer some of the load to another area. I once took part in a meeting where people tried to channel that sports knowledge not in betting shops, but in kind of an internal league where they don't use money, but it never worked. So apparently people really need that additional sense and emotions related to the fact that they play for money. So trying to crystallize that driving factor could definitely theoretically give you some potential. Thank you very much for that question. Do we have any other questions? None. In that case, thank you very much. That was a very interesting sociological perspective, a rare thing at our conferences because we normally take a more psychological approach. But when I was listening to it, we actually were allowed to learn more about the internal processes of the bettors and about how people play. I learned, thank you, that it's really a very hard work. Now I know why so many people don't bet, because they don't have that much time. I really enjoyed what you said. And you have different types of games, gambling games like cards or those games where luck matters. And I read in the past that the more sense of agency, the more sense, okay, I was the one who picked the ticket, then I feel a lot of agency, then the more complex, the more addiction is possible, because people feel that it's due to their agency. But on the other hand, people always can have this sense of agency. So it's about some cognitive bias that people might have. So thank you very much for that interesting aspect and showing us that from your perspective. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for the presence at this session. And now we will have a break, and then another session will
niż polski, że aby słyszeć to, co się dzieje u nas na sali, należy wybrać link, który będzie...
We'll need to click the link where you can find the English version of what we are discussing, for example, between the lectures. So, dear colleagues, I would like to welcome all our speakers and audience during this session. This session's profile is a little bit more clinical because we are going to talk about some clinical aspects of the addictions and appropriate management. The first lecture will be from the Institute of Psychiatry and Neurology, which will be given by Dr. Wieczorek, based on a joint study in order to assess the needs of people who have problems with behavioral addictions and also with substance use. So, Doctor, the floor is yours. We have 20 minutes for the first presentation, and I would like to ask all the speakers to fit into the time frames. Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Łukasz Wieczorek, and just like Dr. Horban has said, I work in the clinic of alcoholism and toxicology in the Institute of Psychiatry and Neurology. I wanted to talk to you about the results of our studies, the studies that we have done in the area of disorders related to alcohol and drug abuse and hazard and gambling addictions. So now I wanted to talk about the therapeutic needs of patients with comorbidities because they are quite hard to manage during the treatment. I wanted to present the perspective of patients and professionals in cases of comorbidities. So I would like to start with presenting the concept of comorbidities. This is the theoretical concept that we used to interpret the study results. So the concept of comorbidities is about the disorders whose symptoms are present at the same time, or two disorders that appear independently throughout the patient's life. And the incidence of gambling-related disorders and substance-related disorders is quite high. Studies report ratios between 40 to 70% among patients who come to centers treating substance addictions. So the patients basically show at least one mental disorders, and the treatment of patients with comorbidities is quite challenging. 2.5 times more often those patients drop out of treatment as compared to patients with a single disorder. Those patients usually have a more severe course of disease, more severe social and health consequences. They show more complications. The study outcomes are inferior as compared to individuals with a single disorder. Patients with comorbidities are treated by professionals as difficult cases for therapy. We have a number of studies that confirm that providing the services appropriate to the patient's needs improves retention and treatment outcomes, and also that providing comprehensive services to meet the patient's needs is one of the elements which improve treatment efficacy. Our study was qualitative. As I mentioned, they were done among patients and among therapists, but we also had psychiatrists involved. We had 20 respondents who were showing comorbidities related to the use of alcohol and who were also showing gambling disorders. The same number of patients had comorbidities related to drug and gambling. We had 10 therapists treating alcohol dependencies, the same number of therapists treating drug dependencies, and 5 as psychiatrists, MDs. So the unmet needs of the people with comorbidities related to the use of alcohol and drugs and gambling disorders have been divided into several categories. So the first one was related to the needs that are related to addictions treatment. Another was to improve family relations, and yet another category was about solving the patient's financial problems, legal problems, and accommodation issues. The needs related to the treatment was that the patients who had comorbidities because they used alcohol or drugs and they had gambling problems, they expected a deepened diagnosis that goes beyond gambling and that goes beyond substance use. And this complex diagnosis should also identify other disorders apart from the dependency itself, because the problems make it harder for the patients to function normally, and they also make it harder for them to complete therapy. And the patients assess that including them could improve treatment efficacy. The diagnosis in the treatment centers was mainly related to the problems manifested by the patients and was not considered deep enough. That was the opinion of the patients, who showed the need for a deeper diagnosis in order to improve treatment efficacy. Patients with comorbidities also showed the need of belonging to a group that is showing the same disorders. That was mainly true for the patients with dominant disorders related to gambling. The patients with comorbidities who were seeking treatment in relation to alcohol or drug abuse didn't have problems with finding such groups, because they mainly go to centers which provide this particular type of disorder. But the problem is when the patient is showing gambling related disorders, because they oftentimes go to groups where they meet people who are addicted from alcohol or drugs, and they do not identify themselves with the group, and feeling that you have something in common with the group improves the relations in the patient groups. According to the professionals, patients with comorbidities require more intense, individualized treatment. Their problems and their life situations, it's usually quite complicated, and the therapy is time-consuming as compared to patients with just a single disorder. Another need related to therapy of addictions was that patients with comorbidities required simultaneous treatment of all their disorders, but nevertheless during the therapy professionals focused mainly on treating the dominant disorders, for example alcohol or drug addiction. This is related to the system that we have. The system is designed to treat mainly those disorders, to treat mainly alcohol or drug dependencies. So this is why the specialists tend to focus on that, and it's actually not possible to participate in a program for comorbidities with simultaneous treatment pathways. We do not have any specialized therapy pathways. Well, this is explained by the fact that our current concept of addictions says that the mechanism of forming an addiction is the same regardless of the subject of addiction. Another need groups that influences the therapeutic process and which was considered important for the patients and which they considered hard to meet were the needs related to improving family relations during treatment. The patient's families should be involved in the treatment process, but this usually happens after the basic therapy course has been completed. Also, there are some centers where family therapy is not included, even though there is quite a high demand for it. So in the current therapeutic offer, we do not have any exercises where the addicts could work with their partners or families on their relations. So this was mentioned by both the patients and the therapists, that they need some family sessions, some family support exercises in order to improve their relations in the family. Another group of needs were the financial and legal needs of the clients. In the opinion of professionals, patients with comorbidities have shown the need to solve their financial problems during substance use or during gambling, because we have a buildup of debt. They expect support from treatment institutions. They expect some involvement in their debt management process, that they will help them negotiate with the banks, or they will give them some counseling to allow an improvement of their financial situations. So these are the problems that really impact the therapeutic process. And also people who have legal problems, they oftentimes are not able to get assistance from the treatment centers. They have to look for it outside. Another group of needs were accommodation needs. That was especially true for the patients who have gambled or used substances, and as a consequence they have lost their place of residence. So in the course of treatment they also expect some help in improving their social situation. So coming to the summary, the needs that we have identified in terms of therapy can be divided into several areas. So those are needs related to the addiction therapy itself, improving family relations, related to their accommodation situation, related to their financial situation, and the needs related to legal issues. The needs of patients with comorbidities should be taken into consideration during preparation of certain therapeutic offers or assistance offers. We should also use different types of specific interventions, especially considering that there are certain subtypes of gambling disorders and certain subtypes of substance use. So those groups are heterogeneous, and they should be addressed with different types of activities. And those comprehensive programs, including the patient's needs, are quite scarce. Usually the programs are provided only in terms of the basic services or addressing just the basic needs. Sometimes the intensity or duration can be modified, but still this is just the basic offer. In order to meet the needs of patients in a more comprehensive way, it seems pertinent to create some interdisciplinary therapeutic team, or maybe an interdisciplinary specialty team that would include not only therapists and psychiatrists, but also psychologists, in order to deepen therapy, social workers who could also support the patients in solving, for example, accommodation or financial problems. And I think that also we should pay more attention to the neuropsychological factors and personality traits that could additionally impact patients with comorbidities, because the comorbidity increases the need for individual meetings and deepening the psychiatric diagnosis. Also, we should improve the access to family therapy and also to support the patients in the area of social assistance or social security. The patients shouldn't only be directed to their social care centers because the patients are reluctant to use their offer because they are located outside the treatment center. It takes additional time to go there. And also those are the institutions which really stigmatize you when you interact with them. So people with comorbidities are really quite reluctant to address such institutions. One solution could be to initiate some collaboration between the treatment centers and the social assistance centers to facilitate access to social care. What could also help in the treatment of patients with comorbidities is some guidelines for professionals. And those guidelines could be communicated to the people who are involved in the process of therapy of patients with comorbidities. Okay, thank you. That's it for my presentation.
Thank you, Doctor, for explaining us briefly such a complex study. It allows us to save some time for debate and the Q&A session, which is extremely important. So if anyone wants to share reflections, opinions, or ask questions, now is the time. Thank you. I would like to say that it would be worthwhile that the National Health Fund reads your study and your conclusions and recommendations, because there is little we can do as therapists if there are no systemic solutions. We are not able to prescribe medication for depression or anxiety disorders because we are not allowed and permitted to prescribe medication as therapists. Also, the National Health Fund, the way they finance family therapy is that if you want to do a proper therapy, you would need to add money to it. So it's not, they do not provide enough resources. Thank you for this comment. It does feel reasonable and coherent with the results of the study. You have placed emphasis on lack of possibilities, lack of resources, and not lack of willingness, because centers that treat addictions, they know already what are the needs of pathological gamblers, and they have already introduced, some of them have introduced these kinds of programs. In the National Agency for Solving Alcohol Problems, we evaluated certain applications of people who wanted to get a certification of certified therapists, and we always indicated that you need a block for the treatment of behavioral addictions and gambling addiction. So most training centers did include modules, training modules for this kind of addiction, and the therapist community is very open and willing. However, there are some systemic limitations, including financial ones, and also regulations that feel to us that they don't make sense. However, we are not able to solve this problem within our community. we can say that there is a reform going on. The reform of psychiatry in Poland is really taking time and going quite roughly, but everybody agrees that the services for mental health patients require a more complex approach, more comprehensive approach. And the reform is going in that direction, but it will be rather an evolution than a revolution. And anyone else who wanted to speak? Thank you. I wanted to ask one question related to methodology because I didn't hear it. It was a qualitative study, but did you have two groups? Patients without comorbidities and patients with comorbidities? Because the conclusions and information about your study said that they had more something than the other group. So there was another group in the study, right? Not exactly. We did have, well, the group of patients was divided into alcohol and gambling problems, and the second one was drug and gambling problems. That group turned out to be more difficult to treat. Comorbidities were commented upon by the therapists who had experience with treating people with comorbidities or with only a single problem. So as to access to family therapy, this is very interesting for me because the same that as Dr. Habrat said, we were, the clinics treating alcohol addicts really placed a lot of emphasis on providing family therapy. Maybe drug addiction treatment did not include it that much. It was easier to get in alcohol addiction treatment centers. So have you noticed this difference as well in your study? Or maybe after so many years of experience of alcohol addiction treatment centers, there were no such differences noticed? We did not analyze it by dividing between alcohol and drug addiction treatment centers. We focused on patient needs and whether it was easy to get access. So I also mentioned that there were differences between treatment centers. Not all the treatment centers had family therapy available. On an, let's say, advanced level, more than basic level, is often there is often access to family therapy financed by local authorities for alcohol addicts. However, families often expect that they would get that therapy soon, from the very beginning, because the relations in the family are usually very bad after years of abuse, years of addiction, and gambling. So there is a need of involving families from the very beginning. So an information for all of you, all of us in the room, in March this year, the Minister of Health has formed a working group for improving addiction treatment, working in parallel to the psychiatry reform working team. We are also at the level of elaborating conclusions and recommendations, and I'm sure that certain things that have been mentioned in the room will be included in the recommendations prepared for the Ministry of Health and the National Health Fund. However, whether we produce effects with our recommendations, we don't know. I have another question. The team discusses different matters, and among them, the possibility to remove the division between alcohol and drug addiction treatment centers. We would like to have simply addiction treatment centers. So each addiction treatment center could be able to treat also behavioral addictions. So in view of the research that you mentioned, what is your opinion? Would it make it easier or harder for patients? Would it make it harder to feel that they belong to the group, because right now it feels easier. If you go to treat alcohol addiction, you meet patients with alcohol addiction. And if we have combined addiction treatment centers and everybody can come, wouldn't that cause additional problems for the patients? Right now we are doing a study about burnout in addiction therapists employed by addiction treatment centers. And they say that their patients very often have comorbidities. They don't only use alcohol, they also use drugs very often. That group of patients is evolving, is changing, especially young patients. Very rarely have only one problem, have only alcohol problem. It's very rare. And the same happens in the drug treatment centers. Co-use of different kinds of substances is extremely frequent nowadays among the patients. So also gaming is universal, it's a very common phenomenon. However, it might be not recognized that there is an issue with problem gaming. Probably that this will be the last question. Just not a question. It isn't a question, it's just a comment. Maybe someone else will be able to still ask another question. It's a very interesting idea to combine addiction treatment centers, because I have seen it myself. The National Health Fund told me that I need to give up the contract of addiction treatment center. I can take part in a tender, and that's what they do. And maybe I win the contract. So if they combine it, if they decide centrally that those treatment centers can be combined, that would make it easier for me. So this is a change of concept that is ongoing right now, and I hope the results will be positive. Maybe not fully what we expect, but at least going in the right direction. The last question, please. Question and comment. I don't know how you selected your sample. What were the treatment centers that they were using? Because when looking at what the fund does, we finance therapeutic help for the patients, and one of our activities is also a service of a financial advisor and attorney. So this is the unmet need that you mentioned, that the patients need an advisor of this kind. However, from the reports of the centers, we understand that the services are sufficient, although there are not many hours, but they never report that they need more hours, more services of this kind. So I'm quite surprised to hear it. The study was done in Wrocław and in Warsaw in addiction treatment centers for alcohol problem users and drug users. And as I have mentioned before, it's a map of needs of the patients. Not every center working with them has this kind of support available. Some centers are not specialized in gambling, because my study was about comorbidities, so not gambling with other addictions. Thank you for this debate. I think that maybe we like to complain as a society, so we would like to get more than we get. or more than the public health care can offer. On the other hand, I can hear that the programs that are broader than just strictly medical.
It's a pleasure to be back here for another year with all of you. My name is Lucia Fernandez, and I'm the social worker at Pathological in Spain. I am alongside my colleague Rosanna, who is
To poprosimy kolegów
So yeah, we will ask our colleagues from Spain to start their lecture.
Good morning. It's a pleasure to be back here for another presentation is going to focus on the comorbidity between gambling disorder and internet or video game disorder. Basically, I will focus on explaining the protocol that we have recently published and which you can find on our website, although it is written in Spanish. But before we start, we would like to thank Kasia and the whole rest of the work for asking us to participate one more year. We are sorry for not being able to attend in person, but next year we will certainly be lucky enough to be able to attend. Although many of you will already know us, the first thing that I want to do is to introduce ourselves. FEJAR is the Spanish Federation on Rehabilitated Gamblers, and the federation has been working for like 30 years on compulsive gambling, and it's composed of 24 entities that are located throughout Spain, specifically 22 associations and 2 regional federations. Our main task is to help all those people and their families who find themselves in a vulnerable situation due to gambling disorder, accompanying them in their rehabilitation process. And throughout the year, we carry out awareness raising activities to inform society of the problem of gambling, as I mentioned before, and we intervene in the centers that FEJAR has so that all those affected can be rehabilitated while offering aid to their families to ensure they understand this disease. Furthermore, we provide training on gambling addiction and responsible gambling, and lastly, we also transmit the important role prevention plays in avoiding that what begins as a form of entertainment doesn't end up being a nightmare. Moreover, a few years ago, we added an online therapy program so people can seek help online. It is thought for those people who, due to distance, impossibility of schedules, or any other circumstances, cannot travel to one of our centers to attend treatment. It is quick, easy, and convenient way, so there's no excuses for the treatment. It is true that this pandemic has been hard for everyone, and it has left a dent, but we must not forget that it has given us a great opportunities to work in a more fluid way online and has allowed us to telework and thus enables us to continue working with some sort of normality. Starting with the subject matter of the exhibition, I wanted to make a decision between the forms of gaming that existed in the past and those that we can find today, and how they have changed compared to the past. In the past, those of us who worked on gambling disorder dealt only with gambling addiction in a face-to-face manner. It is true that there were cases, although they were exceptions, of people who is in the process of their rehabilitation and abstinence from gambling considerably increased their use of video games until the arrival of the ICD-11, International Classification of Diseases, by the World Health Organization, and the DSM-5, Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders by the American Psychological Association. Video game addiction had not been recognized as a disorder. Therefore, there were no treatment protocols for it, let alone treatment for comorbidity with gaming disorder. As is normal, everything evolves, and in the last 20 years, both betting games and video games have been improved. Focusing on gambling with the legalization of betting paddles, where you could easily place sports bets, play online, regulated in Law 13/2011, or slot machines, the main form of gambling that generated addiction until then, began to suffer some competition with other forms of gambling with even greater addictive capacity due to their ability and accessibility 24 hours a day and 7 days a week. As we know, this has led to a change in the profile of people with gambling disorders, with an increasing number of younger people affected and with an increasingly rapid progression towards the disease. On the other hand, video games have also evolved a lot in recent decades, from the first game consoles in the 70s to developments made in the last decade with the emergence of the freemium model, in which a person can download and play various games for free, but also has the options of paying for different things within the game itself, such as, for example, add-ons or advantages and so on, leveling up in the well-known games like Candy Crush, Clash Royale, or Fortnite. Hence, we wanted to talk a little about the capacity or addictive potential of video games. Of course, this will depend on how susceptible a person is, but we can highlight several addictive factors or video games, such as, for example, the speed of the games offered by some fighting games, such as Dragon Ball Z Fighters. Also, we have a positive response from the members of the game's web forums in some multiplayer online battle arena games, such as League of Legends, despite the fact that these games are more time limited and the player may feel the need to replay the game. Another aspect to know will be the competitiveness of battle royale games such as Fortnite, which are based on a frenetic style of gameplay that can be highly appealing. Called sensation seekers among gambling addicts. In other modalities, such as massively multiplayer online role-playing game, the possibility of evasion caused by the unique universes with these games is mixed with the possibility of socialization through the clans that are created and external voice programs, for example, in the world of Warcraft. Finally, I must highlight the sports and video games. We would like to focus a little more on this and making a special mention given its characteristics. And because it's also able to reach more pathological gamblers since there's a greater similarity with respect to sports betting. Therefore, sports video games tend to be almost simulators of different sports, such as football, basketball, car racing, etc., which have the necessary image license to allow the player to feel total control over his favorite team of the sport he's most passionate about. In these games, the competitiveness is high. The ease of finding players from anywhere in the world with and the relative speed of each game added to the feeling of controlling your favorite football player or your car or motorbike racing driver generate an stimulating feeling in the gamer community. Among these type of video games, we have FIFA, we have Gran Turismo, Formula 1, and these video games, besides being pay to play, require other payments to play or improve the chances of winning, like pay to win or pay to fast. Some games, such as FIFA, have generated controversy and discrepancies between regulators in different countries. This is because the game is part of the PAGI, which means Pan-European Game Information rating category, meaning it has a recommended age of majority to use or play this type of game. However, once it's been bought, it allows the user to make in-game purchases. So some countries consider that the payee should be over 18 years old. Germany is an example of a country that implements regulations so that games which offer lot boxes or cash shops are over 18 years old. In fact, among those in treatment, it's common for FIFA players to have spent more than 3,000 euros in this game. According to AEBI, which is the Spanish Association of Video Games, in 2020, the total number of video gamers in Spain was the 47% of the population between 6 and 64 years old, of which 45.9% were women. We can see this in the graphs in a more visual way. In terms of average weekly playing time, men play on average twice as long as women, and it's also evident that women play more on other models and tablets than on computers and on consoles. We do not know the prevalence of women with gaming disorder on the internet or video games. And in the case of gambling disorder, a third of those suffering with addiction are women. And however, only 10% manage to reach out our associations for treatment. Many of them, not to mention the vast majority, have a high social pressure, simply for having to be good mothers, good wives, good daughters, or having to fit into a profile that society has established for women, and it has to go beyond that. They are frowned at any point. Currently, unfortunately, this is changing. The mentality is not the same, but there are also still small pathos that make women not to go to therapy with the same ease or help as a man, often supported by their family would. Likewise, a topic that we did not want to leave out is that, and is linked to gaming or video game disorder, is drugs, whether illegal or legal. Therefore, we wanted to explain a little about the profile of both and the results of their consumption. In terms of substance use associated with the use of video games, we found that video gamers who use substances have the following consumptions. With illegal drugs, we have cocaine that has an stimulated function, as we already know. Speed increases short-term attention and reduces fatigue. It is used to concentrate more easily and quickly, although its effect is also short-lived. And then we have cannabis that has a social function since it facilitates a way of relating to others. Then we have legal drugs. We have stimulants, those used in the treatment of attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, antidepressants, and beta blockers, which are for the nerves. They are used primarily to calm and relax the person taking them. In the case of people with gambling disorder, the used substance consumed are tobacco with 65%, alcohol with 24%, cocaine with 7%, and hashish with 6%, according to ALEA database from FEJAR in 2020. ALEA is a platform that FEJAR uses to collect data from all the entities linked to our federation. And then on the other hand, we wanted to showcase that at the beginning of this year, FEJAR carried out an analysis of comorbidity in gambling disorder and internet gaming disorder through the application of a questionnaire of our own elaboration to users in our treatment centers. A total of 351 people responded to it. And then we obtained the following results, which can be considered significant. 43% were video games before starting their gambling disorder rehabilitation treatment. And of this percentage, we have 26% played more than 4 days a week. 40% reported more than 7 hours of gaming in a day. 21% had started playing video games after reaching the age of majority. 44% had not respected the pay age recommendation for playing the game. 32% had made in-game purchases. 3% had spent more than 300 euros per month on video games on their cash shops. 8% had used illicit forms of payment, such as using another identity, or 16% had used means of payment which, although legal, had involved concealment of the expense in bank transactions. These are quite remarkable results and food for thought, for sure. And then from this analysis, I wanted to show our presentation and our protocol. And from this analysis of our reality, we developed our intervention protocol, as mentioned above, starting with an adequate assessment and diagnosis of the existence of comorbidity between gambling disorder and internet gaming disorder. For this, we applied the following instruments. We have digitalized clinical interview in our latest 2019 version, which already includes the video games option under fifth under other addictions or compulsive behaviors. Video games dependence test, as we can see in the photo showing the slide of the comorbidity protocol developed by FEJAR. Although it is validated in the adolescent population, we believe that it can also be applied to our adult population. In addition, FEJAR is currently in the process of developing its own test for detecting video game addiction in the adult population. And finally, we find the multi-cage Carrefour items related to video games. This, for those who do not know about this, is a questionnaire that evaluates 8 different addictive behaviors, and one of them being the use of video games. And intervention in the case of comorbidity of gambling disorder and internet gaming disorder has been changing as time has passed and more experience has been gained in this file. Of course, The association and regional federation integrated in FEJAR maintain their autonomy in terms of the treatment protocol. In this sense, each association until today has intervened with its best criteria, both in cases of comorbidity and in cases of use or abuse of video games among pathological gamblers or gamers, with the result that in many of them, the use of all types of video games was prohibited to their pathological gamblers in treatment, whether they had a problem with video games or not. But from now on, and after our analysis, in FEJAR, we propose the following intervention protocol. Gambling disorder plus internet gaming disorder, you must abstain from those behaviors to prevent one from promoting the other. Finally, we would like to highlight the protocol that is established for video game use in those people who poor with gambling disorder. That is to say, to those who do not play any game other than gambling. Rather than prohibit the use of video games, a controlled use established is in this case with, for example, the time control, maximum 2 hours per day and maximum 3 full days per week. It will be necessary to control it in turn with different types of games. For example, they cannot participate in pay-to-play or buy-to-play plus pay-to-play video games. You will be able to play, for example, free-to-play games without gaming purchases. We must consider that the use of video games should be suspended if aggressive behavior of any kind appears, regardless of the time and use of the type of video game. In addition, it will not be possible to play any video game with gambling or gambling-themed content such as GTA, as it might provoke or stimulate an aggressive or addictive attitude and therefore relapse. And that's all we wanted to say today. Thank you very much for listening. For more information about our protocol, you can access our website using the link below. It's been a pleasure to be able to participate another year, and we hope that we can meet again, but next year face to face. Thank you and enjoy the journey.
Również bardzo serdecznie dziękujemy pani doktor.
Thank you very much, Dr. Santolaria, for this presentation.
Bardzo dziękujemy pani doktor za ten interesujący wykład.
Thank you for this interesting presentation, especially that it corresponded to the unsatisfied needs of Polish patients that we have just heard of. The structural problems sometimes make it hard or impossible to meet those needs completely. Can you tell us who finances those combined programs done by FEJAR?
Jeśli to było nagranie, a nie na żywo, to mój głos...
Well, I think it was a recording and not a live lecture, so I'm now speaking. Nobody is listening to me, but it shows that online presentations not always satisfy our needs to get knowledge. However, Dr. Santolaria said that she is willing to meet us next year, so I hope that she will be willing and able to answer our questions. For us, it is a valuable experience that says that probably addiction treatment will never be fully financed from the National Health Fund, and that we have to organize hybrid funding, which is difficult, but it might be a good solution. So the local authorities might finance some services, not strictly medical services. That might be a good solution. Now I would like to give the floor to Mr. Giovanni Albani from the clinical hospital in Cunardo Varese in Italy. It's a very interesting lecture because we are speaking about the social aspect of behavioral addictions. This lecture will speak more about biology and pharmacology that can become a trigger to certain disorders that we thought were social or psychological in their form, and also we would focus more on pharmacological treatment of addictions, which is not explored enough in Poland yet.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much to the organizer for this kind invitation. I will review briefly in my talk impulse control disorders in people with Parkinson's disease, which are attributed to an overstimulation of dopaminergic pathways secondary to dopaminergic replacement therapy. Well, in our clinical experience, we may meet even patients with Parkinson's disease who develop a new form of creativity never expressed before in their life. And we will briefly discuss even of this about this clinical phenomenon. Okay. Impulse control behavior disorders in Parkinson's disease occur in almost 1/3 of patients, include pathological gambling, compulsive shopping, compulsive eating, altered sexual behavior, panting, and even the so-called dopaminergic dysregulation syndrome, which is a compulsive use of dopaminergic therapy so that patients excuse an ineffectiveness of medication during their motor blocks, the off periods, and adjunct dopaminergic drugs in excess of those required to control their motor symptoms. And of course, in a range of 1.7 to 6.6 of patients treated with dopaminergic therapy. There are some clinical correlates, including depression, anxiety, decreased quality of life, a greater functional impairment, and an increased caregiver burden. Well, there are well-known associated risk factors to develop impulse control disorders in people with Parkinson's disease, such as young age at onset, a personal or family history of alcohol abuse or gambling, some genetic association, an unmarried status, smoking, and novelty-seeking behavior. But the major risk is an high intake of levodopa equivalent daily dose, considered more than 600 milligram per day. Well, concerning novelty seeking and introversion, they are not considered premorbid Parkinsonian personality trait, according these findings of a prospective study of the Mayo Clinic on 7,000 participants. On the other hand, there is still controversial if there is a predisposition to impulsivity and compulsivity. These people with Parkinson's disease out of dopaminergic therapy. Following the findings of this study, almost the 20% of patients show some abnormal behavior before to start dopaminergic therapy. Well, concerning possible therapeutical strategies, we have to consider that in most of cases, this patient who develop impulse control disorders belong to middle late advanced stages of disease and with motor fluctuations. And so any sort of strategy who may diminish the intake of levodopa may consequently reduce the risk of impulse control disorders. So for nowadays we focus even our attention on neuromodulation by the transient direct current stimulation, but much more with transcranial magnetic stimulation over the prefrontal cortex, but even neurosurgery, functional surgery, such as deep brain stimulation, at the end, by reducing the levodopa dosage, may consequently reduce this risk of development impulse control disorders. So this is some suggested approach for people with Parkinson's disease who may develop impulse compulsive behavior. First, it's important to consider a reduce of levodopa equivalent dose. Consider even neuromodulation techniques such as deep brain stimulation, transient direct current stimulation, and magnetic stimulation, but even experimental therapy such as the use of atomoxetine, but there are only at the moment a few clinical trials about it. Just a brief review of dopaminergic neurons of the brain. We have to consider that there is the dorsal striatum involved in the motor control and even the prefrontal cortex involved in control of executive function. On the other hand, the ventral striatum with projection to the nuclear accumbens and even to the olfactory pathways, both involved in the control of emotions and behavior and in on reward circuit. We all know about neurofunctional studies that basically all forms of addiction, there is a low quantity of dopamine T2 receptors. Concerning people with Parkinson's disease, it seems that there is more affinity of dopaminergic treatment with the higher risk to develop impulse control disorders such as pramipexolo, ropinirolo, and roticotina. This may show a greater affinity to D3 receptors than T2, B2. Even some answers about predisposition to pathological addiction behavior may come from a genetic study where within the top 5 genetic association with disorders gambling, there is the dopaminergic receptor D3 gene. We have even to consider that all forms of behavioral addiction seems to be linked to some cognitive dysfunction, such as an altered impulsivity and some problems with attention and working memory, perseveration, and problems concerning decision making. However, inside pathology, we may find even some positive traits, such as in this proposed model of Carson, where people with creative individuals, creative individuals, and people with psychopathological traits may share vulnerability traits such as mood instability, impulsivity, and even cognitive disinhibition. Well, in people with Parkinson's disease, in course of their disease, they may show suddenly a sort of new creativity never manifested before, a sort of new form of impulsivity. So, in most of cases, this patient show a new hyperability to obtain from waste material artistic works, which in most of cases revive the personal past professional experiences, such in this case of Parkinson's disease patient who before to develop Parkinsonian symptoms was a captain of Navy. It is not clear if this impulsivity to creativity to create things and works, artistical works in a great abundance is due to an effect of dopaminergic replacement therapy. In this study, authors demonstrate that during in the same patient there is no difference on creative thinking with and without therapy. But there are a few studies about this topic. At the end of my talk, I want just to consider even genetic hypothesis for predisposition of this patient with Parkinson's disease who suddenly develop this creativity. For example, we know that the neuroregulin gene is associated with creativity. There are 6 forms of this gene, all with a different role on control of specific neurobiological functions, such as, for example, remyelinization of axons, or even long-term potentiation of dopaminergic release. Well, this is just a brief view of genetical hypothesis. And I finish my talk. Thank you so much for your attention, and good afternoon.
Bardzo serdecznie dziękujemy panu doktorowi, ponieważ jest to nagranie.
Thank you very much, doctor. That was a recording, so we will not have a discussion after the presentation. I was just talking with Dr. Wieczorek that maybe in reference to the lecture today, we could organize a similar session during one of the future conferences, because we have so many people in Poland who are dealing with this area between psychology and psychiatry in the context of impulsive and addictive behaviors. I think it would be really interesting for many of our colleagues. Even if you do not deal with biological aspects on daily basis, it would be good to discuss it and to show the fascinating potential. And by the way, Oliver Sacks was the first one to notice this phenomenon, and the film was called Awakening. And Dustin Hoffman was woken up from this Parkinson's disease lethargy. First, it was considered a huge therapeutic success, but then Dustin Hoffman started showing a lot of disorders, including hypersexuality, and that was due to dopaminergic dysregulation. We already have contact with our next speaker, Anton Gorotkin. So I would like to welcome you and to ask you to present your presentation about the concept of hybrid apothenia and the network mechanism of subjective normalization of addictions. I wanted to thank you, Doctor, right away at the beginning, because everybody who saw that title started to look in Wikipedia what apophenia means. I haven't met anybody in the room who would be able to spontaneously explain what apophenia meant. So thank you for taking up this subject, Doctor, and now over to you. Please tell us about your concept.
Hello, dear colleagues. It's a great honor for me to take part in such a huge event. every year. It's a great pleasure to share our concepts. At first, I need to introduce you into maybe the history of how we managed to create this concept. Our department take part in a lot of studies which related with identity disorders, which related with novel psychoactive substance use. It's related with anxiety disorders. And we find that there is something common in all our patients who we study. And this concept that we called hybrid apophenia, it quite fits to the addiction clinics. And remembering the work of Joseph Huizinga, Homo Ludens, a lot of culture is created actually around such addictions as gaming addiction, as gambling even. And because of this, I think the cultural shift that we behold for several years with this lockdown give us a very dramatic philosophical maybe challenge to find out how the modern communicative space will have an impact on the addiction clinics. So we try to do it with our interdisciplinary approach, with this theoretical concept of hybrid apophenia. Next slide, please. First, I want to underline that all dear colleagues that today mentioned the comorbidity is also very common for us, for our studies. We can see that due to the literature analysis, the pathological gaming, for example, have a very high comorbidity. Somewhere around 40% of cases of pathological gaming are associated with the mood disorders or anxiety disorders. And it's a huge problem, and I think it's quite obvious for all the specialists taking part in the treatment of behavioral addictions and also chemical addictions. Next slide, please. A part of our studies are associated with the phenomena that we call problematic use of internet pornography. We have no such addiction in ICD-10 or DSM-5 like pornographical addiction, but in clinic we can see that it's quite frequent phenomena where the couples come into sexologist, for example, with the problems associated with problematic use of internet pornography. And we can find out in our studies that there is a lot of compulsive behavior in this, where the usage of internet pornography became a way to cure the anxiety, to have some period of time without the anxiety, for example. And this also makes it a very tricky problem to solve only using the instruments of addictologists or using only the instruments of sexologists. We have interdisciplinary problem. So these several slides, we are here to underline that anxiety. It's kind of the core feature sometimes of addictions, and pathological gambling and sexual addictions like hypersexuality and problematic use of internet pornography and any other kind of behavioral addictions, I believe, is strongly related with anxiety and mood disorders. Next slide, please. So we try to dive deep into the concepts that today are relevant to describe what the social communicative mechanisms in the web are existing now, maybe to find our place, the place of people with addictions in the modern communicative space. So we find out that there is such concepts. It's the concept of echo chamber, which comes from sociology and new branches of sociology, which are represent such phenomena that in today's web there is like isolated ideological spaces where a person with his own interests came, and here only the repetitive and or identical ideological opinions, and he is such person isolated from the global discourse. And this echo chamber, this ideological pressure with identical thoughts and identical replies is changing a person, changing the point of view, where the rest of the world seems to be homogeneous in ideology. And person live in such isolated echo chamber, thinking that this is the only existing point of view and only existing reality. Also, something that changed for the several last years, it's strongly related with the postmodernism, actually. It's related with the trend of new sincerity. You could know this term from the modern philosophists, and also maybe you, as addictologists, are familiar with the work of David Foster Wallace, Infinite Jest. It's like the good example of new sincerity, where all the negative and reputational risky thoughts are openly discussed. And as the part of problem of pathological gaming, sexual addiction, this new sincerity trend, when people are neglecting their reputation, they just ignoring it, and have in some local communities the free discussion on such topics that were tabooed before, creating such kind of specific ideological pressure when everything which was bad previously in public eye now seems to be normal. Now it's even trendy to share it. So the echo chambers are also changed in the way of the culture, actually. Next slide, please. And so the problem with echo chambers that they are producing the social reality. As I already told, the person in echo chamber, and if its echo chamber is big enough, like modern social networks, we can see that even the huge populations of people are living in their bubble, actually, thinking that this is the only existing reality. And taking the criteria of norma, for example, criteria of tastes and proper behavior from this bubble, not from the reality outside of it. You can see on the slide the very famous and post-Soviet region slide from the educational clip, Me and the Others, where group effect have a huge impact on child, on forming personality, where the experiment make child to make obviously irrational decision. You can see that on the table there are two pyramids, one black, one white, and the child, under the pressure of the group, agrees that both pyramids are white, and it's obviously wrong, but the group effect is huge. And you can see the therapeutic approach to use these group effects and group therapy of addictions, the only, I think, the only effective way to cope with it. And also something that warned me is about the core mechanism of this social reality and echo chambers. It's very similar to those that we can see in the psychical epidemics and destructive cults of the last centuries, because the aggressive ideology, isolated ideology, and group effect could make person to act irrationally and take the irrational point of view as its own without any critical estimation of it. Next slide, please. So there is another concept which quite fits to our hypothesis. It's the filter bubble concept, which is actually quite new and related with the artificial intelligence protocols that targeting marketing and guiding a person through this ocean of web, where a person inputting something into the search engine, have some specific interest to the specific videos on the video hostings, and artificial intelligence algorithm bot creating the pool of interest to propose this person. And this filter, it creates filter bubble. When person come into the web like surfing and could actually only see the proposed materials from the filter, from the AI bot, and it called filter bubble. And you can see on the slide that there were huge studies on the Chinese social networks, which represent the social structure of the filter bubble, where trends of information coming from outside of the personal individual filter bubble are just became a minor in the whole flood of information, which actually somehow very similar to the concept of echo chamber. So the concepts of filter bubble and echo chamber are the key to understanding what's hybrid apophenia is actually. Please, next slide. So now we came to the main part of our report. It's about the apophenia. Apophenia is not very popular, really, concept about the anxiety disorders and the cognitive aberrations. And in clinics, we can see it very often when person with some kind of anxiety disorders, like paranoid condition, like hypochondriasis, have this pattern where their data, which is actually have nothing in common, become associated by some false beliefs, and a person could find some, as he think, rational correlations, some signs in actually random information. And this part of the anxiety disorders is very meaningful when we speak about the comorbidity. When we speak about comorbidity with addictive pathology and a lot of other groups of pathology, like also identity disorders, when person who is suffering can see the signs in the random data that give him some irrational information. So it's the cognitive aberration. Next slide, please. So by the concept of hybrid apophenia, we dive into some new philosophy, and we introduce the idea that person who experience severe distress in the anxiety disorders and cope it with maybe gambling or some other kind of behavioral addiction have this apophenia. And obviously, it modifies his search history and general web behavior, where a person who is thinking about the hypochondriacal thoughts, about his problems with gambling, about his problems with sexual addiction, person who's suffering from problematic use of internet pornography, will act in the web in a different way that a person without these problems. And his search history will be different from the search history of the person who have no such problems. And AI bot will create the specific echo chamber and specific filter bubble to such person. And person finding in this communicative space a specific patterns of information will take it as his own point of view. So there is a phenomena that consists on the one hand from the cognitive aberration born by the anxiety or mood disorder. On the other hand, as we underline as hybrid, this problem is generated by the search engines and artificial intelligent targeted marketing and algorithms of guiding through web. And this is, I think, a more philosophical problem, also clinical problem, but also a philosophical problem, where we can see this like pathological symbiosis between the mental disorder, its a symptom, and the communicative space and artificial intelligence. Next slide, please. And the problem that I try to illustrate by this picture, which is quite confusing, is that person who's suffering from addiction and having the distress about it will take it as a normal. He will have the specific participation in the social network community, where he will ask, for example, on what sport team he should bet on. And it will modify his search history and web behavior, and AI algorithm will list it and use to propose him something. Such person will also see the videos on, for example, best poker strategies, and will have the feedback from this video hosting, which will propose him another similar videos. This person will start to take in the proposals from the web store to buy a new poker cards, to buy the online course for some gambling, for example, gaming strategies. And person will also use the search engine to find something that fits his pathological interests. And whole filter bubble that he will create the echo chamber, which will be correspondent to his problem. And inside this echo chamber, person will believe in the communicative world of gambling and addictions, where all the data will be related. And his distress will force him to also, from his side, to chunk this data in some significant relevant points. And because of this, we have this vicious circle where addictions seems for such person as normal, and all the influence inside the filter bubble will modify the person point of view. And it's a huge problem, as you can tell, because person who thinks that he is normal will avoid any kind of medical help before the consequences of his behavioral will be dramatic. Of course, we have no very deep study of this concept. I think it's need a huge institution to work on because it has social problems, even the problems of mathematical algorithms, not only psychiatrical or addictological point of view. But I think it was very meaningful for me to outline this problem, maybe for my colleagues who are listening to me now to think about it and maybe try to try to make their own approach to this problem or maybe criticize it. So I'm very, I thank you very much for such possibility to share it. It's really meaningful for me. Thank you. That's all for my report. It was great time. Thank you.
Dr. Korotkin, thank you very much for presenting this interesting concept. It really feels interesting for me, and I'm curious to see how much it has already translated into research. Do you have you created some tools that would help us to study these processes, to measure them, to compare them, and to describe them in more quantitative than qualitative categories?
Thank you very much for this question. And I need to underline that we are not focused yet on pathological gambling or behavioral addiction in this in hybrid apophenia concept. We're now working with it in the identity disorders and trying to apply it on the communities of people with anorexia nervosa, with the gender dysphoria and dysmorphophobia. And there we try to create the questionnaires, the structural psychodiagnostic interview, and some tools to measure the influence of this hybrid apophenia in the isolated communities. But I think because of today's meeting, we will try to direct our studies also on behavioral addictions because it's different problems, but it have a lot of in common in terms of anxiety and web behavior.
My next question: are you planning more studies, intercultural studies, because it feels that post-Soviet countries have different approach towards the neo-positivist objectivity, as we can see in science, what can be seen in science. And in Soviet countries, we were looking at some conspiracy theories. It is also, conspiracy theories are also very well popular in Western countries. We can see it on the anti-vaxxer community example. So they have similar mechanisms. They search for content only of this kind, and finally they are closed in a bubble, and this bubble will always reinforce what they already think.
Thank you very much for the question. I will try to answer it in the two parts. The first part about the methodology of the studies really in Ukraine and a lot of Western countries. It's quite different, and it's about the history, I think, and also the financial issues and availability of some instruments. Like I see a lot of studies last decades about the fMRI scans of prefrontal cortex, about addictions and risky behavior, which quite interesting. But we not always have the possibility to use such huge and very problematic in financial way instruments to perform evidence-based, double-blind, and really clinical studies in such a small institution as ours and on such small particular topics as hybrid apophenia, for example. But we have some other approach to this. We work in a lot in clinical practice and on the theoretical concepts have a deep links with philosophical departments, and trying to make our best in interdisciplinary way to maybe give some useful ideas to our colleagues in Poland, in Europe, and America. So we do our best to participate in the global solving these global problems as we can. Also, about the second part, about the conspiracy theories. Also, very interesting topic about the psychical epidemics, which I mentioned really have a lot of in common. And thank you, Professor Habrad, for this for these words. Really, I think the filter bubbles, web echo chambers, and hybrid apophenia could be also useful in understanding how the mental epidemics like conspiracy theories, like anti-vaccine companies, are existing now in the modern society, modern world, and in the web discourse of today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We do have more questions from the audience. Professor Chodkiewicz. Thank you very much for this extremely interesting presentation. I really enjoyed it. It was very interesting. I have a reflection and also a question. My reflection is, this theory explains a lot. It can explain resistance during therapy. Some patients don't want to accept what we tell them, what the therapists tell them, because those ideas don't fit their image of reality. Moreover, self-help groups can help us to change this bubble, to change the manner of viewing the world through contact with other people who have a similar problem, but view it in a different way. However, I'm thinking, what do you think? Can it have some practical use, and how? For example, do we need an algorithm to give them different contact, different information that would cause some kind of dissonance, cognitive dissonance? Do we need to replace this algorithm with another algorithm to challenge their point of view, cause cognitive dissonance, to make them question the reality that they have imagined? And also, how could we do it in practice?
Thank you for this question. I really appreciate your comment. And I think this problem is quite complicated for today. Because we at first should, I understand how it's working on the both sides, on the side of addiction, on the side of the search engines and AI algorithms. And then I think we should maybe somehow give this information to the people who create in such algorithms and have some policy to protect people from coming into such echo chambers. Unfortunately, we live in the world where the financial benefits are sometimes become an aim of the huge corporations. And we live in the globalized world, and the financial problems that then, because of this, are taken by countries whose citizens are suffering from the consequences of being in such filter bubbles, are ignored. So I think it should be some dialogue between the medical sphere and maybe the specialists of the government level in addictology, in psychiatry, who could take part into breaking this vicious circle. But I think it's so huge problem and so complicated to think even about it at today's stage that we just should work on this direction and hope for the best.
Thank you very much. Thank you also for the audience for the questions. I think that we will keep talking about this subject later on. Thanks to everyone for participating in the session, and now I invite you to a short break. Thank you.
connection with Ana Esteves from Spain. We're going to change the agenda a little bit, and I'm going to ask Bernadetta Lelonek and Rafał Barczuk to give the first presentation. Bernadetta has been a great moderator yesterday, and she's been introducing the speakers even this morning. So it's my great pleasure now to introduce Bernadetta. Bernadetta is related to the Catholic University in Lublin, and for many years, as she said yesterday, even before the Fund for Solving Gambling-related Problems, she has been dealing with the issue of gambling addictions. I think it is also important to mention that Bernadetta is a doctor in psychology. She's an assistant professor in the Institute of Psychology of the Catholic University in Lublin, and we also have Rafał Barczak, also from the university in Lublin. So, as I understand, you're going to have a joint presentation together. Yes, that's the idea. We've been working together for many years with Bernadetta. Thank you very much. I have to stop my reflex of welcoming you to this session because I almost formed a habit yesterday, but this is the most stressful part of the conference for myself because I'm presenting my own presentation now, but together with my colleague Rafał Barczuk, I wanted to present some research which is still pending. The project will be completed at the end of December this year, so if you are interested with more detailed results, you are welcome to read our report, which will be published on the website of the National Bureau probably in March. We have big comparative studies with our partners from France. We have a lot of variables. I'm going to just show you a fraction of this research because we are still working on the final results. So first, a few words about the project itself. So we were talking about the impact of wins in gambling games with consideration of psychosocial factors on the trajectory of involvement. This is a Polish-French study. We are doing it with a French team. They actually initiated the study. And now about the financing, the Polish part of the study is financed by the Fund for Solving Gambling-related Problems, and the French is financed by the National Lottery. But we have no conflict of interest because the grant provider in France does not have any possibility to intervene in the results or to impact the form how the results are presented. So we presented without any consultation with the grant provider because it's a lottery. So I wanted to point out that Française des Jeux cannot really classify any results or to declare that they would like to present the results differently. The Polish aspect of the study is done at the Catholic University in Lublin, while the French part is done by the Société Entraide d'Action Psychologique. That's a big association in Dijon dealing with therapy of addicted individuals, including gambling addictions, but they also adapt some prevention programs. They implement the programs at schools. They also do some research work. So it's actually the second research project that we are doing together with this French association. I did the first one, which was on gambling among seniors. I have published the results on the website of the National Bureau in Poland. And again, we have one more study which was initiated by the French research team, and their association also has appointed an expert group for gambling. I was invited to join the group. We are helping to analyze study results. We are helping to design new studies. So following the French initiative, we also applied for funding for the Polish part of the study. That's why we can conduct a comparatory study. So I'm going to present the Polish aspect. I will be followed by Marilyn Tovar from the association in Dijon, who is going to present some interesting aspect of the study from the perspective of the French research team, and her analysis is a little bit more advanced, so it's going to be a follow-up of what I start with my presentation. Hopefully, early next year we're gonna have a comparative publication comparing wins, the perception of wins in gambling games in Poland and in France, and its impact on the trajectory of gambling. I also wanted to mention other individuals who are involved in this project in the Polish and in the French team. As I said, Marilyn Tovar will present the French part of the study later today. So now a few words about the wins in gambling games, because a win seems the key element of gambling, right? This is why gambling is attractive, because you can win something, because you can expect a win, because you can achieve something. But over those 2 days, we seemed to go to the conclusion that pursuing the win is even more attractive than actually winning itself. But definitely we can say that the perspective of winnings is actually the motor of gambling. I've done a study among prison inmates, and they told me about gambling in penitentiary institutions. For example, they will play cards to win cigarettes or to win a chocolate bar. Some people know that gambling may be dangerous because they did it before imprisonment, but they said it's hard to give up this cigarette or this chocolate bar and just to play cards without any win, without any reward. It's not the same pleasure, even if you get this small pleasure like a post stamp or a cigarette or a chocolate bar. It's much more exciting to play the game. I also remember a training that was done by Robert Ladouceur in 2012, who was propagating the cognitive behavioral therapy for gamblers in Canada, and he said if there were no wins in gambling, gambling wouldn't be attractive, because he said that hitting this machine would just be tiring without the win. So the win is at the core of gambling. But when we talk about wins, our first association is generally with the big wins. We think about large amounts, we think about casinos, about big money, we think about the lottery, about 20 million on your scratch card, which is everybody's dream. And a lot of the studies are focused on the impact of big wins on players. It's the subject of interest not just of the researchers, but also the media. The reporters are asking what have the winners done with the money? Have they started a business? Have they spent it all? Have they benefited long term from the win or not? But also the National Lottery in Poland has a support system for the big winners. For example, they provide some advisory services, how to collect your win, what to do with the money later on, because it seems that this huge amount of money might create a crisis situation. It's a positive development, but still it's a crisis in your life. So the big win is the main subject of research, but not the only one. We also have a number of studies. Here you can see a short review of various aspects of win being the subject of research around the world. You can see that in some studies they say that the main factor making gambling attractive is the financial reward. So that was mentioned by Ladouceur, by Blaszczynski. So the reward is actually the clue of the activity. But some other research check the impact of the wins on the gamers. Is it only positive, or also is there some negative aspects? So what happens to the player? What happens to their quality of life after they've had a big win? Is the quality of life higher? Has life improved, or is it worse? Also, we have some interesting studies concerning the fact how the win impacts the financial status of the neighbors. So that was one study done by Behavioural and the team, and it said that actually the big win of one person exacerbated financial problems in their neighborhood. This is interesting because maybe the people are trying to keep up with the Joneses, keep up with this lifestyle that was unavailable to them previously. Another one says that observing a winner makes you play in a more risky style. So I don't have to win, but if I'm in a gaming parlor, if I see a winner, I will take more risks in my game, bet higher, bet more intensively. So I will strive for the same experience. If I win myself, I also will tend to play more risky. So winning makes me bet more intensively. The relation of wins with gambling problems severity, but here the results are not so equivocal, because some studies say there is such relation, while others say there is none. Well, it's about like the relation between COVID and gambling, right? So some of the associations are not as obvious as they might seem. And the last interesting study, which says that a series of small wins or a big win will increase the problem among problem gamblers, but it will decrease the severity of problems in gamblers who play just for pleasure. So if you had problems, the wins will motivate you to play even more, but if you just played for leisure, you will just take the money and go home. So maybe there is this diagnostic element that the pathological players want to win back whatever they have lost. And this occurs only in problem gamers rather than in leisure gamers. Some leisure gamers think this is just for entertainment, so I take the money and go home. Okay, so that was my quick review as introduction, and now let's go to our big wins. This is another aspect which is taken up by researchers, and they say it's not just the big win that stimulates the players. The satisfaction from a win comes to the gamers regardless of the amount they win. There is no cut-off line that, for example, from 500 zloty you get some excitement and happiness. No, it's not the case. You get satisfaction no matter the amount you win. So this is an element which actually tells us whether there is a point in addressing only the big wins. Also, there is one more aspect. If you have a series of wins, regardless of the amounts, it will increase your cognitive bias. So again, it's not about the amount, it's not about winning 100,000, but it's about a series of small wins, which will exacerbate your cognitive bias. So actually we are going away from the concept of a big win, because it's not just about the big wins, it's about series, it's about small wins who also translate to gamblers' behaviors. So different studies have defined the minimum amount of wins. For example, by testing the reactions of gamblers, or they check the consequences of winning. For example, $1.60, $10, $50, 29,000 Canadian dollars, or 50,000 US dollars. Those would be the big winners in a lottery. But the researchers, when they look at the phenomenon of wins, they also start to look at the impact of small wins, like $1.50, for example, on what's happening to the gambler, what they are doing.
And now, from big win, we pass to the concept of significant win. It's a concept that we used in our project. It was a proposal of the French team based on the qualitative study done on French gamblers before a big quantitative study. So there was a big team for a pilot study that prepared that concept of a significant win instead of a big win. So this is the concept that we used in our research. Why? Because the literature and the experience of the gamblers say that for the gambler, it's important what the win means for them, what they felt when they won it, and not how much money it was. So the subjective emotional experience is more important than whether it was 5 or 200 zlotys. So the person defines which win is significant for them. You probably know, as therapist, the phenomenon of a beginner win. Some people say, there was a girl who said, in high school we bet 5 zloty and we won 200. Oh my God, I don't have any more time, and my colleague is still waiting to speak. So let me go faster. So we have this concept of significant win instead of big win. The study was done in France on over 5,000 people and in Poland on over 3,000 people. We wanted games of pure chance to have a homogeneous group, because poker or bookmaking, sports betting have different mechanism. There is some mechanism that allows you to influence your wins and your chances. So we included only games of pure chance. Lotteries, scratch cards, roulette. We took into account social and demographical factors, risky behaviors and consequences. Now I would like to present to you the definitions of significant win. Firstly, we asked them, have you ever experienced a significant win, something that you remember? What does it mean for them? Why was it significant? And these definitions were built before on the basis of other studies and literature. So 30% said that there was a win that could be added to their budget. They had some money left. 20% say that due to the value, it was an important, significant win. So the amount of money is actually important. They say that it happened at a good moment, for example, exactly before holidays. Or it was important win because I bet little money and won much more. What was the experience of the significant win in our group of gamblers of pure chance games? 60% did not have an experience of this kind. 20% had one experience of this kind. Yes, I had this experience, but only once. 15% had several of those experiences, and 2% had series of events. The literature often shows that sometimes series happen, and 2% of our respondents had such series of wins. So I can remind you that it's kind of subjective. So it doesn't really matter who wins more often, it matters if you feel lucky, no matter if you win 100 or 1,000. So if we test who wins more often, that's a different kind of study. What we were interested in is how they experienced it. So the age and the gender was a similar experience between the genders. It was more often declared by people with financial problems, more often declared by people playing lotteries and scratch cards, more often declared by people who had a different significant win by other people in their environment. Problem gamblers also declared it more often, and those who spent more on gambling also declared those wins more often. Another interesting thing that we would like to show you is the moment when it happened. This is interesting from the clinical point of view. It could happen in the first year of gambling, or when you played for the first time, for the very first time. So that makes me think of the winners, of the beginner's luck. So this is at the beginning, in the first year. So this is something that they perceive subjectively as the beginning of their gambling. So only 3.7% had the experience of winning at the first time, and the remaining then, for example, during the first year. Now I give the floor to my colleague. Hello. I don't have much time. I have like 5 minutes. So let me draw your attention to two most interesting topics related to our results. The first one is how people remember their significant wins. Whether they remember it as one significant win, or maybe they can remember and speak of a series of wins or multiple cases during their gambling history. As it was mentioned before, we had two groups. One significant win happened to 20% of people. Several or a series of significant wins was in case of 17% of the people. So those who reported a series or multiple wins were less numerous than those who reported one significant win. However, among those who had any significant wins, it's about 50-50. It was more frequent that series or multiple wins were reported by gamblers who used gambling machines, slot machines, and a bigger win was more rarely reported by those who used lottery. It probably is related to the mechanics of the game itself, the dynamics of emotions during the playing, comparing slot machines with lotteries. Second thing is that these two groups had a very different motivation for gambling. We measured motivation with the gambling motives inventory that also included financial motives. These are the result of the individual items of the inventory, and a bigger intensity of motivation in general to gambling happens in people who declared multiple significant wins, with the exception being one motive, saying, I want to gamble because I want to win money. Then there was a reversed correlation. What happened after the significant win differentiates those two groups, and this is really interesting because people who had multiple wins felt very good, felt joy, surprise. However, those who said they only won once, they felt relief, a reduction of tension, rather than euphoria and joy. So this shows us, or we can conclude initially, that these are two different kinds of experiences and two different kinds of wins. And this is not exactly the same. So it should not be analyzed as one item, as one type of gambling experience. These are two different kinds of experience in the way of how they are lived and experienced and how they are conditioned. Another thing that I wanted to present to you is how significant wins correlate with gambling disorders. This table shows you the percent of different categories of people that we differentiated according to the meaning of significant wins, the percentage of how many of them, which percentage of them can be classified as problem gamblers in screening tests. So those who declared one significant wins, that would be 20%, and in those who had multiple wins, that would be 50%. So it also differentiates those two groups, whether they had one win or multiple wins. Of course, here it's not clear which is the cause and which is the effect, because transverse studies do not allow us to draw such conclusions, but there is a clear correlation. 1 minute? Okay. So this is the last table. How we define significant wins. How it's defined by problem gamblers and those who are called by us as recreational gamblers, casual gamblers. In literature review, we have seen results that casual gamblers, recreational gamblers, when they have a big win, they play less afterwards, while problem gamblers, after winning a lot of money, tend to play more and tend to gamble more. So these results correspond. Well, of course, they tested big wins and we tested significant wins, so the subjective meaning attached to the wins by the gamblers, so this is slightly different. These are the definitions of significant wins in those two groups. So casual recreational gamblers have more positive definitions, speaking of how I can use this money, I can add it to my budget, or they speak of the surprise that they bet a little bit and won a lot. However, in the group of gambling disorder, the definition was related to compulsions, to negative experiences. They said, the money I won, I bet it straight away and I lost it immediately. I had a big win, but it didn't cover my losses. It didn't cover my debts entirely. This win came after a series of losses. it didn't even cover my losses. So the meaning they attach to the win is different depending on the kind of gambling that the person is carrying out. So our results, to sum up, show that the concept of significant win is subjective, and it's an important factor. Not only the amount of money, but also the subjective meaning is very important, that can be attached even to very small wins. It can be a small win, it can still be significant at the same time. And it's correlated with how we play and who plays. People with high motivation for gambling have a stronger feeling and more frequent feeling of experiencing significant wins. Also, problem gamblers have this experience more often. Maybe that's because they simply play more, they gamble more, and that's why they experience it more. Or maybe it depends on their cognitive processes of how they create and attach meaning. People who only had one win more often had negative feelings, while those with multiple wins had positive feelings more often. The casual recreational gamblers had more positive feelings, while problem gamblers had more negative feelings related to their wins. And that's all from me.
Thank you very much. Now it's a difficult decision for me as a moderator, because I have to tell you we won't have any Q&A session. We are behind the agenda, so we might keep a Q&A session at the end if we still have time. So could I have some info from the organizers who's going to speak next? So we'll have the French presentation by Marie-Laine Tovar from France, from Dijon, who is going to present the French perspective of the study that was done together with the university in Lublin. And it's a joint project, so we thought that we should keep a balance and to show you the entire project. That's why we asked our French colleagues to present their perspective on the study. So welcome, Marie Tovar, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Next slide, please. Okay, the first part of my presentation will focus on the methodology and sample structure. Next slide. The goal of this project was to better understand the pure chance gamblers. So example, gamblers with scratch card, drawing, or slot machines, and their practices, especially the effect of significant wins in their gambling journey. It's a moment to identify gamblers' profile, psychological traits, and gambling motivations. And in this study, we describe the experience of one or more significant wins during the gambling journey. It's, for example, definition of the win, the amount, the context of the life, the timing, the type of gambling, and the feeling experienced by these gamblers. And it's a moment to make recommendation for risks and harm reduction and prevention. Next slide. The goal of this project is monitoring by a scientific committee at 3 stages. We have first a review of literature, a qualitative study, and at the end, a website quantitative study of 2,000 individuals age 18 to 64. And we have the steering committee was composed of gambling specialists, academics, and we had the opportunity to compare our results with gamblers in Poland. Next slide, please. The first results and the first important result is that as Bernadetta and Rafael said, that the definitions of significant wins are highly subjective. The player defines it according to his value, the moment of his realizations, its use, the facts of replaying it. 1/3 of pure gamblers, French pure gamblers, report at least one significant win. And 4 out of 10 winners say they have experienced a significant win in their close cycle, family, friend, or spouse, before they starting gambling. For than a third of players who report at least one significant win, they are replay all of part of the wins, and it's more pronounced among winners of several wins. Next slide. The second part deals with an important result of the qualitative study. Next slide. The qualitative study provides us with new information of the CPG high gamblers' profiles. The study broke down the moderate and excessive gamblers into 3 subgroups. The first subgroup is the moderate gamblers, and by this study we can know that they gamble for the fun, for the activity and the adrenaline, for the surprise brought for the winning, and for playing with others. In the severe gamblers, they play for the lure of winnings, to pass the time, to fight boredom, or for the pleasure of the game. And the final gamblers, the pathological gamblers, play mainly to fill a void, to supplement their income, to recover the losses linked to gambling, and to have the hope of a chance of life. Next slide. The second part, to better understand the predictor of significant wins and the predictor of high score and problem gambling, we conduct multivariate analysis. Next slide. The odd ratio allows us to measure the strength of the association between the significant win and another variables. In the table, we can see in blue the predictive factors and in purple the protective factors. Donc for all the gamblers, the most important predictive factors are the win of the cycle. For example, gamblers with a person in their underage we have experienced a significant win are 3.33 times more likely to declare having had a significant win. This association is significant. And in other, and to a lesser degree, we have the expenses over 20 euro, having to staying a moderate risk, the age at the first game, having a daily frequency, and being in debt in the past. Next slide. Now you can multivariate analysis confirm the multifactorial dimension associated with problem gambling. Next slide. In all gamblers, the analysis shows us that the predictive variables from all gamblers or from problem gambling in all gamblers are in the important fact that being male from 18 to 34 years old, being in debt, have a frequency more time risks, one or more time risks, having a win in the cycle before the first gambling, and having himself a significant win. In the other side, we have a protective factor, which is monthly income of more than 3,000 euros. Next slide. The predictor factors of problem gambling on gamblers with significant win are for socio-demographic and gambling behaviors, the age of 30 and 40 and 34 years old, winning of the cycle before the first gambling, and also the daily of weekly frequency of winning. And in this table, we can see that protective factors are the amount of the win greater than 1,000 euros. In the definition of the significant win is the win entirely we played and lost, and the win we replace or following by losses. For the side of the protective factors, it's the amount of the win saved, and small starting bets. We have protective factors of problem gambling. We have some information about the context, and we can see that different difficulties in the couple, in housing, or in financial are most predictive factors for problem gambling, and you have also the presence of players in the cycle. In the side of protective factors is satisfactory professional conditions, and having a closed cycle, we help the gamblers with significant wins. Next slide, please. In the use of the winnings, you have different information about the news of the significant win, the reaction after the significant win, the evolution of the beliefs after this significant win. And in the use of winnings, the predictive factors have the fact that the players replays all the winning the same day, replay all the winnings in the following days or in the following weeks, make a real estate investment of debt payoff. In this reaction after these significant winnings, it's a feeling of physical discomfort. We have a predictive factors, and in the side of the protective factors, when the gambler says that it's a pleasant moment or having a feeling of joy, of happiness, it's protective for them. In the evolution of beliefs after the significant wins, it's the fact to outsmart the odds, who persisting in this game will pay off, the result of a strategy. We have predictive factor or problem gambling, and in the other side, lucky is finally here is a protective factor. Next slide, please. In conclusion, next slide. This quantitative study confirmed that the link between various factors and gambling problems, the win of the cycle and being an excessive gambler is are predictive factors for the significant win among all gamblers. Among all players, it's winning from friends and family, a significant win, or a regular frequency of gambling, being in debt. For male aged 18 to 34, we are the predictive factor of excessive gambling. And among the winners, the predictive factors are being male, having had a significant win in the environment before the first game, have close frequency of gambling, the being entirely replayed and lost, the link between the win and the previous losses, difficulties in the couple, excessive gamblers or gamblers in the environment, and a feeling of physical discomfort. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much for this extremely interesting presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, we were able to catch up with time a little bit, so if you have any questions to both of the presentations, because they are two parts of the same research, you can take a moment now to ask your questions. One question from Magda from the audience. Thank you very much for the presentations. I have a general question to all of you here. Have you noticed any differences between those two countries? Maybe you have at least one element that is different between Poland and France, because we have partial results for Poland and France, but I think there are more countries involved in the study. Can you tell us something about the international differences in your study? Let me start, because there is one thing which was particularly interesting to me. We are developing a comparative article. As I said, it's in the process of publication, which might take even a year, but it's already there. So we know the basic differences. The most striking one to me was the differences in definitions, because we saw how significant wins are defined in Poland and in France, but in Poland the definitions were more negative. So people said, I've replayed all of my winnings, or in the next session, or maybe my win was not enough to cover my debts. In the French group there was more positive perception, more positive definitions of the wins. It was connected with a feeling of joy, excitement, some more positive experience. And also in the French group, age was significant, and in Poland it was not. So younger players most often experience significant wins in France, which was not the case in Poland. Let me hand over to my colleague, to Rafał. Yes, the results are already available as a preprint. I'm looking at the preprint right now because I don't have all the knowledge in my memory right now. So we have found some factors, because the subject of our analysis was the prediction of the experience, yes, trying to anticipate the experience related to significant wins. And most of the factors that we have identified as significant were actually common for both countries, for Poland and for France. And those factors were, for example, being in debt now or in the past. The most significant factor, which was quite surprising to us, was the experience of a significant or a big win in your closest circle. So somebody I know has had a significant win. So that's why I also will experience that. The type of game was also one of the factors, the frequency of gambling, and enforcing or empowering yourself. Those were the factors which were shared for both countries. And you asked about the differences, and that was the age of initiation, the age when you start gambling, and the financial motivations, which were more significant in France. I mean, the financial motive was significant only for Poland. Okay, and we had some more motivations that were important both in Poland and in France, but they were a bit stronger in Poland, and those were, for example, managing with your situation. That was the one that was stronger in Poland. Yes, and also interestingly, the differences were significant for severity, but we didn't have any factors which would work beneficially in Poland, but they would be detrimental in France. No, they worked the same way, but they might have been stronger in Poland or in France, right? So they worked, for example, in plus in both countries, but they could be stronger in one of the countries. Yes, we also had social motives. So we have noticed a lot of similarities, but as I said, this was just a fragment of the entire study, and the whole area that was presented by Marilyn that I didn't mention in my presentation is still awaiting a comparative analysis. Thank you very much, Marilyn. Do you have anything else you would like to add?
No, I don't. No. Benedetta and Rafael, I say the more important information, that the difference between the two countries, and we have to work together for the rest of the studies, the rest of the results.
Thank you very much. We will be waiting impatiently the final results from your study and the final report. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
And now I would like to give the floor to an Italian speaker, Fulvia Prever, who will be speaking about the therapy of female problem gamblers during the COVID pandemic in Italy. Fulvia Prever is a psychologist in an addiction treatment center in Milan and a psychotherapist with 30 years of experience working with addicted persons, especially also in family therapy. I give you.
Okay. Hi to everybody. Thank you so much for inviting me this year again after 2 years of pandemic and really this tough period who was very, very harmful for all of us all over the world. And I am quite accustomed to Warsaw Conference. I'm very happy because I started in this conference to present my first book, who was the book on women and gambling addiction. And I just give you a hint on the next one will be women and behavior addiction, just after your conference. So I would like to tell you, next slide, please. I would like to introduce why I am so interested in gender approach when we talk about women, and because we have seen in our years of work how it was so difficult to have in the public services an approach with women that really didn't come to the service asking for help. We make a very good work with Heather Wardor, Hing, Breen, and Duncan in Tokyo, presented in Tokyo 2 years ago, about this gender approach. And it's kind of perspective. We know in medicine, gender approach is very used and at this point very common. We know that in physical illness like cardiac illness, diabetes, and many others, women don't have the same symptomatology, don't react in the same way to the cure, to the drugs. And so we have really to have a different point of view when we take care of women's health. And we started from this work of Richard Horton, which was an editor in Lancet, which really felt that there were 10 reasons why in the health in general, women and children continues to be invisible. And in gambling, we know that this is the same thing, that it is a kind of invisibility of this word. The same is in many, many behavior addiction. We have seen in sex addiction, we have seen in shopping addiction, in internet addiction, how this female population is more and more present with the problematic concern to this addiction, but it's not so much studied. And we have the main thing I want to point out of this work was that we have to start from the diagnostic point. We know that all the diagnostic criteria, even in gambling, came out from many years ago, generally studied on male population. And this means that it's not true that the same criteria of harm are the same that causes harm in women. So since that point, we have really to study new way of having new criteria and new way of making research, which has to be women friendly, really with deep interview, as Hinge Breen always wrote in their chapters. And we know that we have to take a look at the women, we have to catch them, we have to observe them, because with no observation, we have no research and no possibility to have prevention or treatment. And we know that shame and stigma are really systematic bias to reinforce this women invisibility in gambling and other addiction. Can you go on, please? Another slide, next slide. I don't see it. Okay, thank you. So in Italy, there is a long tradition of women's right to be taken care and their right to health. so to be cured. We have an old tradition because we know that the oldest medicine school in Europe was the one in Salerno, was this Mulieres Salernitane from Latin, capable to teach men. They couldn't attend the faculty of medicine for sure, but they were very learned women, well-learned women aside to the university, and they were capable to teach men how to cure, how to take care of people in general and the women in particular. And Trotula, which was one of these famous women, could better understand how to cure women in the most important part of the women life, and the most important moment, dangerous and delicate, where women could lose their life, which was the delivery moment. And they discovered something which was not so obvious, that it was enough to be to wash their hand, and to wash the hand of the doctor when it was helping the women for delivery, just to save more than the double of the women who lost their life. And this came out why? Because Trotula was a woman, and she could understand women. She could come close to them. She could observe, being empathic and compassion. So this is the key: to get close, to observe, to have empathy. And another curious thing was that Sibilla was slide before. Sibilla was the wife of Roberto Normandia, saved her husband, was wounded with a poison weapon. At the same, in the only way she could do it at that time, so sucking the poison with her lips. That means that she saved him because she observed how it works, but she lost her life, which is something quite common sometimes in women's life. Thank you. Next one. So that's why we arrived to this idea of having a specific gender group in Milano, which is a clinical orientation, relational systemic, integrated with other approach. So not only CBT, as we wrote in our book, I won't take it, but just an intervention which takes care of women starting from their narration, from their stories, and working on the relationship who are not healthy, where they live in the family, or the violence they suffered in past experience, and working on this because they use gambling and even other addiction as a coping way, and it's very difficult that they can live their gambling attitude if we don't work clinically on this disturbed relationship. Next one. So as you see, the previous just show you that this group, just to have you an idea, meet in a church twice a month for 2 hours, and it's a volunteering work. I did it outside my work in the national health system with a colleague, and it's going on since 13 years, and this has allowed us to make a lot of observation, deep observation on these women and their treatment progress, and their path, let's say, along starting from having a deep addiction to a different way of living. So this group always met in person in all these years, twice a month. But what happened all at once? COVID pandemic was a new challenge. This widespread feeling of fear that we have seen all over the world, when all at once in February, then March, it was clearly in Italy, COVID had entered our life. So everyone got scared about the virus, to be hospitalized, to be left alone in the hospital, because even if you had to go to the hospital then and you to be cured, yet then no one else could be with you. So especially the old people that first started to enter the hospital often had all the therapy, and sometimes they got to death alone without contact with people. So this is one of the mere fear for all of us. Then to lose the job because everything was closed, and all the commercial work especially were closed, so in crisis. So people risk not to have anymore their money, and this makes a sensation of vulnerability. We all felt vulnerable, helpless, We felt that we couldn't take care of our health control because the hospital were closed. There was this uncertainty of the future. We didn't have clear information because we have a lot of fake news online. So it was difficult to orientate yourself in this field. It was impossible to make plans. It was really all at once impossible to see apart from the next day. We were all have a financial stress, especially people didn't have a safe earning every month. We suffer from chronic isolation, and people were had to stay at home in smart working if they had to work, and children know they have in school, so they start to organize the school at distance. We had all this physical distancing for our kids, our friends, our family. We were just had to stay at home alone, and people living alone, they suffered even more, like many women we have in the group. So no hugs, no touch. All this experience of problematic step in life were possible triggers to gambling or to other addiction. Next one, please. And for the first time in Italy, what happened? So this was the possible trigger, go to gambling. But in Italy and all in Mediterranean countries, the complete closure of all offline gambling was for 4 months and even more, was more relevant for our female gamblers population. Because our female gamblers population, like I think even in Poland, and I am almost sure, and in Spain, in other country, more Latin country, gamble offline, not online. And so this sudden closure of all this was a kind of shift. All at once there was a situation we never felt. Just scratch car in Italy after 4 months could be divided in the tobacconist, but you have to go there to buy and then to go away because you couldn't stay in the bar. So this was a kind of restriction who helped people to stay away. And this was the biggest social experiment of no gambling at all in all Europe. This looks like a little bit the situation that we try to recreate sometimes when we have some restriction in European countries and in Italy regions about the distances of the point, the closure of bars and the slot machine hall for some hours, trying to see what happens. Next one, please. Okay, so what happened to women in general, not women gambling, in general in pandemic in Italy? They had, for sure, and I think the same was in Poland, in many other countries, the hardest burden. They pay the highest cost of this pandemic. Often they lost their work or they had to keep the job because they couldn't take together the family, the children at home, and the job, because we were lucky working in the health system. Okay, on one side we went to work almost every time except 1.5 months in March, April. We always went to work, except our colleague with smaller children that can stay home with smart working, but many other jobs, this was not a possibility. So women lost or had to keep their job, and so the economic autonomy. And on the other side, we have seen, especially in the sanitary system in Italy, that women were the real heroes of the pandemic. In Italy, almost the 67% of doctors, nurses, and psychologists and so are women, versus the 33.2 of men, while only 1/3 of them are top managers. So they are the core, they work, they made all the sanitary system go on and take care of people in the pandemic, but very rarely they were on the top and they could organize, while they show very clear that they could have better handle and organize all the situation. And at home, women at home had to support old people. They have to go out of home just to take care of the old people and then come back. This was the only possibility in Italy in the tough period of lockdown. And women who had to stay at home with smart working issue for a very long time, but they have no choice because the children were at home, the school were closed, so they couldn't choose to go to work. That would have been a kind of way of breathing and exchanging experience with other people. More they work with all the, I remember my colleague connected for the meeting we had with their children jumping back and forth and going there to study and come back and crying and wanting their mother and wanting to be taken care of. And grandmother, which are one of the kind of women we have in our group, grandmother, that were even more at risk in the first year, 2020, no vax. So we have just to take care and avoid old people to get the virus. But the grandmother especially had to help out with the children if their kids had to go to work and the nephew were alone. Next one, please. So women had to learn fast how to work online. We have to shift on technology and study distance with children and try to support all the children and their fears about the virus. And we have to find creative solution. Look at this was the main thing that we have seen in all the balcony in Italy with written andrà tutto bene, means everything will go okay, will be okay. And so if all the women had to find the most creative situation and went back, some of them could go back to have all the rhythm of life, enjoying when the family was okay, their possibility to stay with children and family. Next one. So how the pandemic affected women with gambling problem. All at once, there was no relief through socialization, restaurant, cinema, museum. There was no support of family, friends, and group to their recovery. They were detached to all the little environment they still have, and so no support to try to overcome this difficult period. No more in-person meetings. Our group was in person, so there were no more the possibility in March to see each other in person. The lockdown, what was the problem? Lockdown often was in a house with the family members, sometimes not supportive. And the burden of this working and children care and was very heavy to stand without some relationship outside who can support you. We know that for women who gamble, anyway, they gamble, they have their problem, they have very difficult time to find some free time for them to cure themselves, to come to the group. And at that point, it was really almost impossible because they were stuck in the house and they couldn't go out to see the therapist. We know that domestic violence in general in Italy increased in this period of time. I think in Poland could have been because women were with problematic situation were stuck at home. And in women who had a gambling problem, we know that often have a kind of major percentage of violence problematic in the house. So gambling was an easy way to cope with all this, was not possible anymore. What happened? Did they shift on online gambling? No, this is not frequent in Italy. So this was not. And what happened in this period? Gamblers could take this period as an occasion to have new thoughts, but even new worries, new problem, but a new life. Thank you. Next. So there was a big difference between what happened in women who were already in a treatment and women who had no therapeutical support. Women who didn't have a therapeutical support felt anxious, restlessness, this feeling of emptiness, of bored, as Deborah Blanca was saying this morning, this boredom, this emptiness that you couldn't feel with the craving of gambling. We couldn't feel with gambling. So you have this craving very, very strong. They had more craving. They shift often to other medicaments as legal drugs, often antidepressive. There was a huge request of antidepressant in the period of time of COVID, especially in women. Sometimes they shift in alcohol, food compensation, gambling online if they are younger, in younger age and more technological, but very little. And maybe in excessive, this was more frequent for women who didn't have any therapeutical help, in excessive use of social gaming and social network or shopping online. And we could easily foresee that for them, a future relapse when everything was open again could be easily foreseen. Thank you. Next. What happened to them, to our group, women who were in the group or in individual therapy too? Uh, they had a sense of relief. Finally, they felt safer. And this feeling of relief allowed them to stay at home with no craving and to experience alternative to gambling. Something pleasant, something that generally they could maybe not experience so much because, okay, they were in therapy, but the gambling issue was always there. So they could cook and stay with relatives and with children, go back to old hobbies, knitting, painting, reading, watching movie. We worked with them daily when we start with the online group, in particular with women who were living alone, giving them new input every day to have something new to discover. Something like we call this breakfast at Tiffany's. So do something today that you never had done before, and more do it in a situation which was the lockdown situation or the pandemic situation, so with a lot of limitation, but and try to express your fantasy, express your creativity. So the heavy lockdown in Italy, March to May, and the closure of all gambling venues was a real support to recovery for these women who were in the group or were in therapy. It allowed them to detach from gambling and to elaborate new approaches to life, even if it was a tough period. And we share with them feelings of fear, joyful thoughts, and nice moment to breathe, to look out of the balcony, to look outside, to make short walk around the house when it was almost limited, and then longer after. So building new resources. Next one. So we, at this point, as you understand, to support them, we have to shift very rapidly online to guarantee the support. And this creates some positive and some positive item issues and some difficulties for sure. Uh, what? Lansam. Okay. Um, so we have to shift on this online, and they had the possibility to ask for help to their family or people around them or their kids, for example, because they were not able to do these technical steps like to connect with WhatsApp, to connect with other social. And so it was a positive experience of sharing their project. Then, on the other hand, there was a sense of losing their privacy because they lost their physical space, the group space in the church, where in the oratory where we meet generally, and they didn't have a real space at home without relatives around. So this was a feeling of invasion of their therapy. Then there was the fatigue and the frustration related to technological issues, included us as therapists. We were not so great in using technology, and we had to try several times to make, and we made our best effort to succeed. They were disoriented. They felt disorientation and confusion due to the lack of stability. Next one, please. So WhatsApp was the first real help that came with all the other social, but was the easiest one during the pandemic that women could use. And we had already a group of WhatsApp that connected us, all of us, for very short communication. But then we decided to adapt the rules, and because before it was not really allowed to talk to each other and to call each other to express things about gambling that has been to be brought in the group. At that point, we let it free, and we told them, okay, we can use WhatsApp in any moment to keep the group alive. We can have video chat even more than usual. We decide sometimes even to try with Skype or with Meet to find a better connection and a simple use, which was not easy, not at all. For them, some women go in our group from 45 years old to 75 years old. So you can imagine that 75 years old women are very keen, very bright, but not so technological. And this was something to take care of. But all of us made an effort. They were really so it was so important for them to get in touch with us daily that they did their best to do it. And we provide frequent exchange, support, information on COVID disease, because some of them got sick. Luckily, they stayed at home. And to break isolation of especially of women living alone, with nice messages in the morning, laugh together, see our faces in WhatsApp call, even it was not possible to touch each other. Next one. So, what were the possible shifts? In the group, we have noticed no shift to other substances nor alcohol. Only some depression issues were present, but we took care of it. This was normal. No shift to online gambling. The age and the technology were protective factors for them. Just one woman, very problematic. Sometimes, a few times, she tried with online free slots, but no problem after this. After 4 months of complete closure, a possibility was to shift, for example, to the only available offline gambling, which was scratch cards. And on 9 women, just one was not following anymore the group in person, even before the pandemic, but she still was in contact with WhatsApp because she didn't want to feel alone and she felt very desperate, but she didn't have the strength to come really in the group and discuss the item, but she wanted just to be connected, just to feel our warmth. And she told us that she came sometimes to buy some scratch card, but the fear of virus for sure and our information helped her to stay away. These women, for example, had a strong demand of antidepressant. Food was the other shift. Okay, many women had this compensation of food, and this was true for many of us, but we try to make it fun and to talk about what we cook, how we can eat better, how we can eat in a safer way, healthy way. We know that we have few reports in our patient of women who shifted or increased online gambling. It happened just to one woman who was already online gambling, that she increased this period as all the behavioral addiction online were increased, the internet addiction increased in the pandemic. And there was one woman who came asking for help because she started for the first time with scratch card during the pandemic to cope with stress. We know anyway all over the world, because I am in this international network writing these new books, that online increased a lot in women with more in more remarkable way in Northern Europe, USA, and Asia. Next one. Example, in Sweden, we know already in 2019, women that gamble mainly, most.
Sorry, I have to interrupt. I'm really sorry. I have this terrible role of moderating this discussion, so I have to make sure we will have time for the next speaker. So please, if you could come to your conclusions.
Okay, goodbye. Go back down the next slide. Down, next one. Okay. The second and third wave in Italy, at a certain point, finally we met again in person, and it was very touching and useful. But what happened? Next one. Happened that at this point, women had been very stressed for a long time, and there was strain, and they wanted just to detach to talking about gambling. They found a new balance, other activity. They took care of their nephew, and so they were, and they didn't want to resonate with other suffering and pain and distress. They find their individual way in escaping and they try to have an individualistic solution, but without gambling. They didn't go back to gambling. They didn't want to stay anymore in the group so much. And we had this delicate equilibrium in keeping them close, but letting them go. Next one. there was a want inside them, and all of us who have to take care of as a prevention of future crises. But this made them even stronger, a larger point of view. We have seen that social and technology allowed us to stay in touch, and we have followed a group path, and this was great advantage by the technology. But this showed that clearly the distancing in time and space from gambling venues made it possible to break the flow. Next one. So nothing was it as it was, nor it will ever be. We have seen that then in this future scenario, online gambling and those internet addiction, we have to be careful to studies in female perspective, because they contain all the appealing element of privacy and coping mechanism. So we have to be very careful about them. But we have been that after cooperation with the group, the dynamic was to go to the individual need priority, and then back slowly to idea of the group as safe anchor to elaborate all the grief and new resilience and the new future project. Next one. So this is the last one. This is a message for all of us. We have seen in the dynamic of the group being very, very close when we have the stress and the emergency, then try to detach and to feel your individual solution, as we all did in the pandemic, but then understand again that being together as women can very well do, being together and cooperate will be the solution. When women support each other incredible things happens. Thank you very much. The last one is my contact. You can write me. And thank you so much.
Thank you for this interesting presentation. Of course, if we had more time, if we only had more time, we could do questions and answers. I'm sure there would be reflections from the audience to present our Polish perspective, and there is some common ground that we can see with what you have been talking about. Unfortunately, we do not have any more time, so thank you once again for sharing your experience with us. And we have one more speaker that was supposed to speak before, but she will speak now. It's Ana Esteves from Spain, who will speak about longitudinal studies, comparative studies concerning the materialism, gambling, and shopping in adolescents. The floor is.
Sorry for the technical inconvenience, but the assumption is that I have to go next year. I hope so. Thanks, Fulvia. You have my support. And thanks to the organization to invite me. It's a big pity not being there in this circumstance, but I hope the next year will be possible. I hope so. The study that I am going to talk about is about gambling, buying, and materialism in adolescence. The next, please. I will try to do as quicker as possible. Our study is about adolescent, what we need when we were adolescent, or maybe we keep needed attention, and so we need to feel that we are able to do things on our own, things different from our families, from our parents. We need to feel autonomy, and of course we need to have relation with peers. We just test if they like us or not, or what we have to do to be a part of a group. The next one, please. In this situation, because of the COVID, some adolescents are living just the present, not thinking in the future, maybe because the future is not so good for them or for all in general, or we thought that it's not going to be so good. Because they think always is the same, but we think that the future is not so clear now. And it affects to the decision and behavior they have, and they have to consider. The next one, please. In this specific situation, gambling and shopping are around us. We suffer from the Black Friday. for example, and because of internet, all is open every moment, and you just now you can gamble up just in the right moment while you are listening to me. The next one, please. The values in our society are related with money, no? Always thinking in having more things and that things that be obtained easily, no? It's all quick and easily in that way. The next one. Also, it's important to draw our attention about the screen, no? All reality is shown through a screen, no? And the next one, it's Instagram, no? The reality is, the next one, please. The reality is also full of filters like on Instagram, no? All is like this. Next one, please. I am trying to do my best. Compulsive buying, it's as you know, no, it's a behavioral addiction, and it's related with excessive and irrepressible shopping and spending behavior, no, and it's loss of control, and you can stop shopping things. You can find here how many of our population suffer from that, and women showing no higher percentage compared to men. Fulvia, we have just think carefully what happened is because of the gender issue, or what is the influence of the publicity in that case, and so. And the average, as you can see, it starts each day more earlier. The next one, please. Thank you. When we talk about that, we have to know that people suffer because they have difficulties in making long-term decisions. They need to rapid and immediate. It's Fulvia that is sending me message. Please, Fulvia, don't send me any because if the mobile will to something. Well, it's okay, but it's Fulvia all the time. we said, but sometimes to stop something, it's because we feel depressed, or we cannot control ourselves, or because we are very happy because of the situation that we are living, and we are so enthusiastic that wanted to use materialism, no, material things to canalize our feelings. No? In that sense, materialism and materialist values are, as we thought, no? It can be a predisposing factor to compulsive behavior. The next one, it's very clear that, as you can see, the next one slide is they are not cheap dreams. All of us, well, I think that not all of us, a lot of people think that they are not cheap dreams. All that they are thinking about, they are things. They are always materialistic, and they really think that they can find and they can get happiness and life satisfaction with things. And we know not, but some people think yes. And the next one is because when we try to do is just to analyze the comorbidity between compulsive buying and gambling disorder, because we thought that both of them, they have loss of control, materialism, and in the case of gambling, it's clear that it's the most addictive behavior in adolescent population, and they wanted to earn money to avoid problems or increase the positive affection, because as we can see in the publicity, if you have money and you waste your money and you use your money, you are going to be happy, no? And it's very important because this happened in a very specific period of the life that is biological and psychological vulnerability, and this is something that we have to take care and save. No? The next one, please. The main goals of this study are the next. It's a longitudinal one. is to evaluate the change after 1 year in gambling disorder severity, how they are related with gambling cognitive distortion and compulsive buying and materialism in adolescent sample. The sex role in this change, this is because of Fulvia, no? That we are more conscious and we are doing research together, and it's very, very nice in that sense. And to analyze the mechanism among the different variables of the study. The next one, I'm going to try to, this is the sample, it's or adolescents, and we did a big with more than almost 2,000 adolescents, but the longitudinal study, it's not so big. As you can see, it was really a big effort to have this sample, and this is that we do in different moments along the time, 1 year. They are a measure, I don't know, the next one, please, thank you. It's Canadian adolescent gambling. I don't know if you are able to read it okay, carefully or not. Gambling related cognitive cognition scale and pathological buying screener. That it's a very good one too. Here the next slide is about ethical issue. It's about general information because they are not clinical, they are general population, and well, all information we have specifically in that study, just clinician to go there if they have any problem, but it's a general population. The next one, the next please. This study you can easily get. We do in a very nice group with Ibai, our dear, my dear Ibai López González. Thanks to them, to him, and Susana Jiménez Murcia, and Neus, and so Paula, and Yanire, and Fiar, and so we do a very nice thing. The next one, please. We have some results, but you can easily find them in the article. So I decide just to go to the next slide, and if you need more information about, tell me, and I will more than happy to share with you and to be with you in talking about that. If we talk about discussion in gambling behavior, it's this is very well interesting. Yeah, I think it's very interesting results. It's that if there is a period of not gambling for at least one more, the level of cognitive distortion is going to be lower. This is very important in the case that the most of the participants were adolescent and they don't have really gambling behavior. So it's very nice. It's very good to know that the problem itself, or because of the problem itself, some of the cognitive distortion are higher, and this is very, very important too. We know, we try to analyze how many factors, no, they are good, no, to avoid this kind of situation. And for example, good stress management, good emotional regulation skills may have active as a protective factors in our sample. And it has been demonstrated that the materialism, people tend to make compulsive purchase, as we know, and as we know too, life satisfaction will act as a protective factor against compulsive buying in students and in adolescents. Bueno, it's another things that I think that is very another one. Thank you for changing the slide. Adolescent females engage in gambling behavior less, that in that men in that case. For this reason, they don't have so many gambling distortion. This is the next result. I think that me it's very interesting because it seems that this specific moment in the life, this is when we are adolescent, we have a higher vulnerability. So if we prevent in this specific moment, it's going to be very important because, as we know, change in emotional regulation, capacity, and motivation that occurs over the years could influence a decrease in involvement in risk situations. So to prevent all this specific period in our life is very important. Girls usually show higher materialistic value compared to boys, but this is very interesting. No, materialism values and what is the relate with age. Just an open question that that I am thinking just now. It's why is so high materialism in adolescence? No, well, maybe because of us, no, because of adults, no, because what we are doing for that, no, they are sometimes they behave as we behave, no. Well, the next one, please. Another result is the male gender was related with gambling disorder, severity, and gambling-related cognition, with the female, as I mentioned before, was related with compulsive buying. And the gambling severity was related with cognitive biases related with gambling and compulsive buying. And the level of, as I mentioned before, of materialism was related to cognitive bias related to gambling and compulsive buying. That is very important. The next one, please. Thank you. 1 year later, no, some of the things that we try to organize is gambling disorder, the severity itself of that, gambling related cognition are related, no, with no gambling. Gambling disorder and severity are related with gambling related cognition, and in the case of compulsive buying, are related with materialism. So this is very interesting issue too. Gambling disorder severity was related to male gender, distortion of gambling, of course, and that's. And compulsive buying was associated with being a woman, being older, and finally materialism was associated with man at the first time. And severity was associated with cognitive biases related to gambling, and compulsive buying was correlated with material. The present study, the next one, please. The present study has proven. I cannot say that. I think that it's a lot, no, to say that. It's only, we try to analyze, to discover what happened, to try to help people, to help each hour, no, so as a society. So I don't know if it's I think that we have to go on doing research and know really it is like this or not, no. The present study has proven how materialism and compulsive buying so it's a two-way. That is how they are related between them. Material, no, all that is material. It's something symbolically, no. It's what that material means, no, in our life, no. It means that prestige, power, success, and where we are, no, now. For example, in the publicity, no, before Christmas, you have to buy some perfume or something like that to be, no, what we are going to be in that way. Adolescents saw a high appreciation for material objects. It's a way to be different from others, no, and recognized by their peers. But only the adolescents do that, or we do this too? You go to the limitation of the study. Yeah, is this social desirability? Social, no? I think that sometimes and it's really very difficult because they try to present their best best manner of being between in front of others, and so it's not so easy. To Spain, it will be very nice to know how many values or what the other countries think about materialism itself. Maybe it's because our adolescents suffer from materialism of that, and it's a self-report question, and it's not a clinical evaluation. The next one, it's thank you very much. Sorry for your, thank you for your patience, no, with the technical issue. It has been horrible, but finally we did it. So happy to be here, and I hope that the next year we are going to be together again.
Thank you so much, and thank you for this great presentation. Thank you also for keeping to the time limits that we had. Thanks a lot for that. I think your subject was particularly interesting because it was about the youth, and youth is usually so interesting in the community of therapists because we know that the early initiation of certain behaviors is related to developing some problematic behaviors in the future. So thank you very much for raising this issue and for discussing the results of your study. So, dear colleagues, this is a moment to close our conference. So thank you very much for your patience too, for those in the room. Thank you for staying with us till the end of the event. A big thank you to all of our speakers who have presented over those 2 days. During this conference, we were trying to give you an overview of different topics because behavioral addictions, this is not a uniform group. It's comprised by a number of various problems affecting various age groups. There are different behaviors which might lead to maladaptive behaviors and patterns. So I do hope, like the other participants, that next year we will be able to meet face to face. I really look forward to meeting all of you face to face again. Well, from the very beginning, we have been mentioning that it's the 10th anniversary of our gambling related problem fund. So I had a great pleasure to listen to your panel discussion. I was really happy to hear that you could see some benefits from this fund through financing your research, but also through financing your prevention and therapy. So the fund has created some new options for you. I do hope that over the next years the fund will keep supporting you and it will keep giving you some satisfaction. I would like to thank our interpreters for all the effort that they took to keep up with all the speakers. I would like to thank all the organizers. I can see Mateusz Liwski here with us. So Mateusz, thank you. And if you could pass my thanks to all of your team, to all the organizing committee and team for this conference, and thank you Bernadetta, thank you Sławek for contributing to the agenda of this year's conference. So thank you very much again, I can always count on you. So I think it's time to take a lunch break and hope to see you face to face.